It's the early 2000s. The internet is expanding, with new droves of users joining by the hour, by the thousands. With this expansive boom comes the formation of all types of dark corners filled with undiscovered media, ranging from the mundane to the truly disturbing. Some of it is real, some of it is fake, and some of it leaves you unsure whether what you just found is a film student's scrap short film or an archive of once best friends driven to murderous madness at the hands of a benevolent being. This is the complete story of Marble Hornets. First of all, welcome everybody to the channel. I'm actually recording this on my birthday, so I figured I'd use the occasion to get something productive done because my life is so exciting. I wanted to talk about a series that meant a lot to me growing up, and I was really in the mood to do a deep dive myself and break apart the series because it's notably cryptic and dense. Other channels have reviewed this series before, like Nightmind or Sagan Hawks, which I highly recommend checking out. But I wanted to give it a fresh coat of paint since the channel has been having recent updates for the first time in about 11 years. This series is really something special and it's really worth a watch, so obviously I'm going to be getting into some serious spoiler warnings here, so if you have like a spare 6 hours or so, go watch the series and then meet me back here and we'll start breaking it down. Marble Hornets was a found footage analog horror series from 2009 that really set the precedent of what creative individuals could achieve with some good writing and minimal budget. The series lasted multiple years and it followed a group of friends in the wake of a falling out after a student film goes awry. The series stood out for its ambitious storytelling, complex puzzles that involved the community deeply in progressing the narrative, and providing compelling lore and backstories for the hit creepypasta monster, the Slender Man. Like I said before, the year was 2009. You might have been coming home from school or work when you found it, or maybe you just came across it passively as you read blogs on the Something Awful forums. A post by the name of Cigars on June 18th detailed an unusual collapsing project with some of his old classmates. This stood out as being unusual amongst the other entries. A day later, June 19th, 2009, a new YouTube channel titled Marble Hornets was created with a singular video simply called Introduction. Uploaded on June 20th, this video was recorded from the perspective of a camera on a dashboard in a moving car, pointing out towards passing hills, industrial complexes, and traffic, all the while showcasing text on screen that mostly matched the Something Awful post made by Cigars. The following clips are raw footage excerpts from Alex Crayley, a college friend of mine. In 2006, Alex was in the process of shooting his student film entitled Marble Hornets. Over the 3 months that this took place, his film crew complained about his increasing levels of stress and irritability. Near the end of shooting, Alex halted production indefinitely and he dropped the unfinished project. He told me it was due to the unworkable conditions on his set, which was less than a mile away from his house. I asked him what he planned to do with the countless numbers of tapes that he had filled. Burn them. Being a film student myself, I hated to see all of his work go to waste, and after some coercing, he agreed to give them to me under the condition that I never mentioned it to him again. Soon after, Alex transferred to another school, and I haven't seen him since. All the time, I was too unnerved to look through the tapes, and eventually forgot about them. A few days ago, I found them filed away in the back of my closet. After 3 years and zero contact with Alex, I've decided to look through them. All the tapes are unnumbered and missing timestamps. Other than taking place in the summer of 2006, it is impossible to determine the exact order of each date. Should I find anything in any of them, I will upload it to keep as a permanent record. That same day, another new video was uploaded simply called Entry 1, which would set the naming convention for the series. The owner of the channel states that he found a couple of unusual tapes from Alex's collection that don't match the others. They have no sound and they seem unrelated to the Marble Hornets shoot. Although 47 seconds long, Entry 1 remains the most viewed upload from the channel to this day, and it took the internet by storm. In the upload, the camera is glitchy, supposedly held by Alex in the middle of the night. He stumbles towards his window and he gazes out to see a suited, bald man seemingly with no face. The man's head suddenly snaps towards the camera and Alex ducks out of sight before the tape ends there. The channel owner says that he will look out for similar occurrences. For those of you who were terminally online in the 2010 era, you probably recognize this figure as being reminiscent of the internet-crazed creepypasta Slender Man. This iconic character originated as a result of a 2009 Photoshop contest on the Something Awful forum, often depicting a tall, faceless man in the background of uneasy photos of children playing and things like that. What started off as a reoccurring Easter egg for horror-loving internet dwellers soon evolved into a full mythos involving child abductions and unwilling servants, mysterious disappearances, and things like that. Much of this snowballing public interest, which actually did eventually lead to an unfortunate feature film, and genuine attempts at homicide, and a flood of unthinkable fan fiction that unfortunately I have seen, it can all be traced back to the creators of Marble Hornets, taking a simple idea and just running with it. As the channel continues, our main character, who's revealed to be named Jay soon in the series, so I'm just going to get ahead of that early, keeps on posting numerous entries that vary in length. To keep things simple, I'm going to be addressing each of these entries in order to give an overview of the full story, and then I'm going to circle back and analyze some of the deeper theories that most people don't catch on their first watch through. Conveniently, the series is also broken up into 3 seasons, so I will be pausing at the end of each season to recap and draw connections where needed. We have a lot of entries to go through, so get comfortable. We're going to just barrel straight through them, so here we go. A day after the channel goes live, the Marble Hornets Twitter account appears, and Jay uploads entry 2. Like the first entry, it's another tape from Alex's collection, just him alone filming himself. He's driving down a dark road, talking about something that he saw earlier while walking his dog Rocky. He describes what he saw as a tall man in the middle of the road. The way that Alex talks about it is a bit strange. He's clearly shaken, but he's also curious. Since he still has time left on the tape, he's deciding to go back and look for the figure.
He got really scared. He wouldn't move, and he kept on pulling on his leash to go back home. There was something about this guy that was just, it was strange. So we headed back home. I have a little bit of time left on this tape, and I'm going to go see if he's still hanging around. In fact, I think this is the light that he was standing under. So I'm going to have a look here.
Alex pans the camera around the darkness, scanning trees and the empty road. And some people say that they can see a tall shape standing in the distance, and others say that there's nothing there at all. Either way, Alex doesn't find anyone, and the tape ends without an answer. Over the next 2 days, Jay tweets about how hard it is to look through all of the tapes. There are so many of them, and most of them aren't labeled clearly. Entry 3 ends up being a compilation of strange moments that he's found. None of the clips seemed connected to the Marble Hornets production at all. Instead, they just keep showing Alex filming himself. Empty rooms, himself, random places. It's not dramatic yet, but it feels obsessive. Like Alex can't ever stop recording, even when there's nothing happening in his life. On June 25th, Jay uploads entry 4. Alex is still filming himself, but now he's outside at night, pacing around a child's playground. There's no audio at all, but you don't really need it. Alex's movements are frantic. He's swinging the camera around and jerking as if he can't stay still. Behind him, the swings start to move on their own. Alex keeps on turning, scanning the dark. At one point, he glances to the side and we catch a brief glimpse into the background and we see a tall, faceless man. When Alex turns the camera back, it's gone. He lowers the camera and he starts to run, and the tape ends there. Jay points out that entry 1 and entry 4 are the only episodes that have no audio, and he believes that Alex might be removing them himself for an unknown reason. On July 29th, Jay uploads entry 5, saying that he's found something new. The audio is badly distorted, and Alex continues to scout the locations for the Marble Hornets film. In the background, we see a strange red tower in the park. Jay admits that he hates watching this entry and that something about it makes him deeply uncomfortable. He can't even really explain why, though. On the 4th of July, 2009, Jay uploads what appears to be a continuation of entry 1. Also with no audio, we see Alex retreating into the darkness of his own home while a faceless figure peers in from the window outside. In the next entry, we meet a new character named Brian, one of the actors in the Marble Hornets production. He's rehearsing lines in a car, and Alex is off-screen feeding him dialogue for a character who isn't present named Tim. After a few takes, the Slender Man can be seen in the background of the shot, and Alex quickly packs up and starts driving away. Jay took a bit of time off from his searching, but he returns on July 12th with entry 8, showing Alex frantically scribbling all kinds of warnings and ramblings onto separate pieces of paper. These are highly reminiscent of the pages from the video game Slender: The 8 Pages, which would release in 2012, 3 years after the start of Marble Hornets. Entry 9 feels kind of like the end of a prelude to the series, in some kind of strange sense, and I'll explain it more. We finally get a long look at the Marble Hornets production itself. Alex's fear and paranoia are clearly affecting him, and he's becoming hostile and difficult to work with on set. We meet 2 more actors though, Tim and Sarah. We also meet another cameraman whose name is Seth. We can see clearly that the set is falling apart. Everybody is tired of Alex's abusive behavior, and it's pretty obvious that the project isn't going to survive. From here on out, the story becomes much more current. relying less on this past footage and asking questions about the Marble Hornets crew and where they are now. On July 22nd, we get a new twist in the series. We get our first new update that seems to be addressing Jay in the present day from a new account called ToTheArk. Being the first ever upload on this sister channel, the video is entitled Regards, and it consists of a flashing array of dashes that, when decoded, say, "Look closely." Jay sees this upload and he begins to feel sick for a few days. Once he's well again though, he posts entry 10. Despite having no sound, entry 10 is still one of the most active entries yet. Alex is once again running from the faceless figure with multiple sightings throughout the video and some really ambiguous camera work, and it's pretty unsettling. After this upload, the second channel, ToTheArk, responds with a new video called Operator. Words flash on screen. They say, "Lakes and stillness, take every night." If we take the first letter, this spells out listen. Jay believes that the audio that overlays this video also might be the missing audio from entry 10, meaning that ToTheArk, whoever it is, somehow has access to the footage that Jay doesn't. This is also the first time that the faceless figure is called by the name Operator, and I will be referring to it as the Operator henceforth, just to keep things clear and simple. Jay takes a few days off to finish a move that he was completing, and then he uploads entry 11, which consists of another close encounter that Alex has with the Operator. After this, ToTheArk uploads again with a new video called Deluge. It's a static shot of a fluorescent light bulb while a slowed down voice repeats Alex over and over again, ending with the word watching appearing on screen. This also confirms that ToTheArk, whoever it is familiar with Alex, as well as having access to Marble Hornets media. Maybe this is a warning that Alex is aware of the Marble Hornets investigation, and he's maybe watching Jay's progress. Maybe this is a bad thing. Jay is once again struck with sickness for a week, but he forms the plan to post entry 12 and test if ToTheArk is actually responding to his uploading habits. On August 29th, Jay uploads entry 12. It shows outtakes from Marble Hornets. We see that Brian is pacing in front of the camera while Alex says off screen, "He'll move," referring to somebody who's in the shot. The camera pans over to reveal the Operator standing out in the field. At this point, Alex seems unfamiliar with it, meaning that this likely happened before it started stalking him. ToTheArk responds exactly as Jay predicted. They upload a video titled Impurity, which contains shots of trees in the rain while stacks of zeros appear on screen. When these are decoded, we are left with the message, "There was more." Jay tweets that he followed through and he saw a doctor for his continuous illness that he's been experiencing, only to find that there's actually nothing clinically wrong with him. Soon after this, he posts entry 13, which he says actually is the first entry that contains him in it, back when he was working on the Marble Hornets film. We see that Jay and Alex are walking through the woods, and we get our first good look at Jay, the one who's been posting this whole time. They talk about the camera battery running low, so Jay runs back to the car to grab a fresh one. Alex then discovers a reoccurring symbol in the series in the pavement of an O with an X crossed out through it before he again runs into the Operator. This symbol is the same one that he had been drawing on the pages back in entry 8, and is also a common image for the remainder of the Marble Hornets and ToTheArk series. ToTheArk responds on September 15th with an upload called Exit, which comes from the perspective of another camera secretly filming Jay in entry 13 as he returns to the car to get the replacement battery. Some fragmented letters spelling out the Operator appear on screen, and then whoever's holding the camera darts back into the woods. Perhaps at this point, we're actually just seeing that Alex managed to follow Jay back to his car and film him from the tree line, before turning around to beat him back to the position that they departed from. This is a possibility, or maybe there was another person there that day. This would be the first of many examples of ToTheArk actively recording Jay on their own. This disturbs Jay deeply. He posts that he's been shaking uncontrollably at home, as well as having trouble sleeping. The contents of these tapes seem to begin affecting him mentally and physically. He considers going back to the doctor again, but he opts to sift through more tapes instead to find his entry 14. When he does find it, entry 14 marks a tonal shift for the series, and it sets Jay into direct action. We see Alex's camera pointed at the door in the middle of the night. Slowly, we see the Operator open the door and walk into the room. However, when Alex turns on the light, nobody is there. The camera jumps to a shot of Alex, now with blood covering his face, staring at the camera with no expression. His alarm clock goes off, as he's likely been up the entire night and the tape cuts there. Jay notes that there was about 32 minutes of uneventful footage before the new tape was inserted and we got the first shot of Alex's bloody face. Jay's final remarks state, "I need to find out where Alex has gone." ToTheArk uploads a new response called Program, and we see footage of heavy rain with more obscure ticking sounds and an encoded symbol on the screen. Okay, so let me pause real quick and admit that ToTheArk uploads are pretty cool, but they usually seem like complete gibberish to me at first glance. It takes the effort of a lot of dedicated fans who are a lot smarter than I am to squeeze out the smallest bit of meaning from these uploads, so I think this is probably one of the best examples of this. Through actual years of effort, fans were able to finally decode the symbol and sequences to get the phrases end of medium, start of heading, carriage return, start of heading. This is the tape loading sequence for analog video. Taking in context with what we heard from Jay, it can be inferred that the missing footage from Alex's tape was re-recorded over, starting at the point that we see his bloody face, rather than being misplaced. Whether or not he did this on purpose or by mistake, whatever event resulted in the blood on his face is unknown. It is also still up for debate whether or not the blood on his face is his blood or maybe even somebody else's, but either way, the toll that the operator is taking on Alex's life is severe. Jay feels the need to get more directly involved from this point on. The upload ends with the phrase, "bleed more," in relation to Alex's appearance at the end of entry 14, likely indicating that this was his own blood. Let me pause again real quick. Let's talk about ToTheArk for a moment. All that we really know so far is that this channel seems to have been created in response to Jay starting the Marble Hornets channel. They clearly have access to Marble Hornets production material since they also use audio that's missing from Jay's uploads. They also seem to know a lot about both the operator and Alex. On top of that, it's safe to assume that they were involved in the original Marble Hornets production, since in entry 13 we see them secretly following Jay back to his car during a Marble Hornets scouting day. Then there's also the name, Ark, commonly associated with the biblical story of Noah's Ark and the Great Flood. This could have some kind of meaning of significance to whoever is behind ToTheArk. This also links up with the frequent shots of rain that we see in their uploads, as well as one of their uploads being titled Deluge, which literally means a great flood. More than this, and this one is a bit of a stretch, the character Alex's last name is Crayley, as we see in the introduction episode. I've been unable to find out what his middle name is while diving back into the series, but Ark could potentially be Alex's initials. Either way, there is strong evidence to assume that ToTheArk isn't very fond of Alex by the message at the end of the program upload that says, "bleed more." But we still don't know who is behind the account, what the Ark is, and what the goal of whoever runs the account actually is. It has also been theorized that the creator of ToTheArk is the one to have injured Alex in entry 14, and maybe they re-recorded over the footage of the attack to remove the evidence, but this is uncertain though. Entry 15 occurs after Jay organizes a meeting with Alex's old actor named Tim. You actually saw him before. He was on screen along with Sarah back in entry 9. Jay tells Tim, who by the way has a beautiful, beautiful pair of sideburns, that he's considering getting the Marble Hornets production up and running again, and he would like to do a screen read of the old script to put Tim back into the works. Tim agrees to the meeting, and we get our first piece of newly recorded material in the entry so far.
Alex Crayley, do you remember? I don't really remember much. I mean, he was a friend of Brian's, so I didn't really talk to him that much. I mean, he just kind of asked me to be part of the cast for the sake of convenience.
In terms of his directing at the time, how was he as a director?
He was a pretty decent director, well, at first.
At first?
Yeah, I mean, after a while he got to the point where, it seemed like after a while he got to the point where he would be yelling at us more than he'd actually be filming the movie, so he'd just be really paranoid, waving his camera around all over the place. I mean, I just couldn't really...
His camera, other than the camera he was using to shoot the...
Yeah, he had a handheld that he was carrying around with him all over the place.
Okay.
And a ton of tapes too, like
right. He had all the
bags of tapes in the back of his car.
How many?
Tim recalls his time on set and how Alex became an increasingly more frustrating director to work with until the project disbanded and Alex moved away. When pressed further, Tim brings up that Brian, the other actor from entry 17, mentioned dead animals being placed in his yard. However, he doesn't know where Brian is either, and these questions are better suited for him. After this interview, ToTheArk posts again with an upload called Advocate. This footage is heavily distorted footage of Brian on the same rehearsal day as entry 7. This time with the counting clock on screen written in binary, which gives us the number 7 when translated. On October 16, 2009, Jay uploads entry 16. He explains that he's received an anonymous tip about where Brian might be now. The location turns out to be a seemingly abandoned house. The door is already open when Jay gets there, like somebody wants him to go inside. He walks through the dark rooms with his camera, and everything inside is trashed. Bottles are scattered everywhere, pages like the one that Alex used to write on are lying all around. There's dried blood on the sink and even more stains on the floor. As Jay explores, he starts hearing strange noises, sounds that don't seem to be coming from anywhere. While trying to follow them, he suddenly drops down to his knees in a violent coughing fit, struggling to breathe. Eventually, he recovers and he gets up and he leaves the house, taking a couple of Alex's drawings with him as well as a bottle of pills and a singular bullet casing. ToTheArk once again uploads, but this time they upload a new video called Addition, revealing just how close they've gotten to Jay without him knowing. We see a new perspective from entry 16, creeping behind Jay as he suffers from his coughing fit in the house. They watch him, not interacting with him at all, until a message appears on screen that says, "See you." This whole upload is accompanied by a repetitive droning, which when sped up, reveals Jay's voice saying Alex, Brian on a loop.
Alex, Brian. Alex, Brian. Alex, Brian. Alex, Brian.
Jay refers to this upload as a mockery of himself, and he has trouble getting back to his investigation for the rest of the week. When he does get back to the tapes, Jay finds that he remarks that a particular one is disturbing. The tape shows more script read-throughs, this time with Jay and Alex and Tim all present in the room. They talk about how cold the room is, and they read a few lines until the picture freezes and cuts. In classic Marble Hornets fashion, the operator is very clearly tucked outside of the window for your not-so-eagle-eyed viewers to spot. However, Jay doesn't seem to notice this at the time. What he does find disturbing, though, is that he doesn't remember the events of this tape at all. This is a common theme that plays very heavily later on in the story of Marble Hornets, and we begin to get the idea of some of the effects that prolonged exposure to the operator might have on characters. Be it coughing fits or amnesia, Jay is acting differently now. ToTheArk responds again with one of their most direct uploads called Signal. They show clips from the 1934 film Silent Snow, Secret Snow, but quickly move on to flashing text that says, "Come back, find me." Obviously referring to the house, Jay starts to think seriously about returning to that location. Even though it clearly terrifies him, he feels like that it's the only lead that he has left. He also mentions that another doctor's appointment is coming up, hinting that his health problems and his fears are getting worse the deeper that he gets into this investigation. In entry 18, Jay finally goes back to the house, and what happens there becomes one of the most iconic moments in the entire series. The door is open again when he arrives, just like before. Inside, everything is still trashed and abandoned. As he moves down the hallways, he notices something new, a small, white doll sitting on the far end of the hall. He walks over to it and he picks it up, turning it over in his hand. What follows is one of my favorite moments in the entire series.
Alex? Alex?
He slowly turns around, and he sees that on the other end of the hallway, a masked man is sitting in the dark facing him. Jay calls out to the man, asking if it's Alex. The figure doesn't answer though. Instead, this person suddenly gets up and sprints straight towards Jay. Instinctually, Jay drops the camera and a fight happens off screen. We hear movement and struggling, but we can't see what's going on. When the camera is finally picked back up, we see that the masked man is lying on the ground, shaking violently like he's having a seizure. As the shaking begins to slow down, Jay doesn't wait, he runs. The tape ends there. Jay later on says that he can't remember what happened after that point. He says that he wakes up the next day in his car, parked on the side of the road, full of regret for ever getting involved in the investigation to begin with. And one more detail stands out. His pocket knife is gone. Guys, I love this scene. It is easily my favorite scare in the entire series, and it is one of the most important moments that I always see people always jump at when they watch it for the first time. It is such a simple setup, but it works so well, and it really shows how creative the Marble Hornets crew was with what they had. Moments like this are really what make the slow build worth it. But I'm going to stop glazing for now. We got a lot more to get through, and I have to just keep on reading. So ToTheArk responds again with an upload called Messages, and seem to be calling out Jay for having some kind of secret that he's yet to reveal to us. Jay responds to this directly in an entry, rather than just on Twitter. He confesses that similar to Alex, he has also begun recording himself excessively, and he's been doing so for about a month. The self-documenting yielded nothing at first, until the night after entry 18. While sleeping, the masked man from the abandoned house in that same entry begins to stalk Jay from outside of his window. Somehow, the camera glitches heavily, and we see the man has somehow gotten inside of the house. While Jay sleeps, we get a good look at this man. He's wearing a yellow jacket and a white mask with black trim around the eyes and lips, as well as just a pair of normal jeans, I guess, just pants. The distortion stops, and then suddenly, the man and Jay are both gone. Jay states that he was gone for about 3 hours in the footage, returning to the room to go back to sleep again with no memory of what happened. He also believes that this masked person is the one behind the ToTheArk channel, and points out that he plans to change his location moving forward since they know where he lives. ToTheArk uploads their own version of that night in a video called Return. This time, we see Jay sitting outside of his bedroom door completely still, like he's in a trance of some kind. The lights begin to flicker violently as somebody films from down the hall. Then, the operator walks through the house. Jay watches this, emotionless, not reacting at all. After this, Jay slows down a bit and he makes a new entry just to go over the items that he took from the house in entry 16. In entry 19.5, we see that something is very wrong. The bottle of pills that he took is now empty, even though it wasn't when he found it. The bullet casing is also gone, and the back of Alex's drawing has a new message written on it. It says, "At the tower." Jay assumes that this means the red tower that we saw all the way back in entry 5. He also realizes that he's almost at the end of the tapes that Alex gave him originally, and if there's nothing left in them, his investigation might be over. Entry number 20 is another behind-the-scenes clip from the Marble Hornets production. We see that Jay and Alex are at Brian's house, getting ready to work on their script. The camera begins to glitch, and then Tim shows up, complaining about how cold it is even though it's the middle of June. Not long after, he starts coughing badly, just like Jay did in the abandoned house. He takes some medication to calm it down. Watching back the video, Jay notices that the pills that Tim takes look just like the ones that he found in the house. Later on, Jay tweets that he's not even sure who was filming entry 20, but knowing Alex, it could have been anybody who happened to be around. On December 17, 2009, ToTheArk uploads a new video called Versions. This one finally confirms what a lot of people had been suspecting. The Red Tower is important and is the next step in Jay's mystery. The video is full of symbols and coded messages, and after a lot of decoding by fans, it reveals the phrases like deeper secrets, waiting for you, and a singular X. I'm not even going to pretend that I understand the full decoding process at all because it is insanely complicated. I try reading up on it, but I just don't get half of it. But the meaning is clear enough. Whatever is happening next, it's waiting for Jay at the tower. In entry 21, Jay goes to the Red Tower and he finds the XO symbol scraped on the side of the building. From now on, I'm going to be referring to this symbol as the operator symbol because I've always kind of interpreted it as a X'd out face, kind of, and it seems like the community has reached a similar consensus. Inside of the Red Tower, Jay finds a small metal case with a brand new tape in it. It should be noted that upon finding this tape, Jay tweeted out a bunch of gibberish, which was supposed to read, "Found something, but something out there is jamming up his phone and making it hard for him to post." Jay uploads this new tape as entry 22, even though he says online that he really doesn't want to. The tape shows that Alex and Seth are exploring an abandoned building in the middle of the night. The operator can be seen stalking them in the background. At one point, Alex finds a bunch of dried blood smeared onto the walls. After this, the footage becomes heavily distorted, and when it clears, Alex is alone.
Seth is gone. I don't remember what happened. We were the only two left, and I left him. Brian is gone. Tim, Jay, and Sarah. Everyone is gone. I just woke up in this house with the tape. Seth's camera is gone. All I can remember from the night is right here. All I can remember at all is on a tape now. I'm leaving this house. I thought I would be safer here by running away, but everything's just gotten worse. I'm going back to my home, and I'm burning these tapes. All of them.
He has no memory of what's just happened, and he finds himself back inside of his apartment. A disturbing thing that he says from this point on is he is the only one left. He starts to list off some names. Seth is gone. Brian is gone. Tim, Jay, and Sarah, everyone is gone. He says that he's going to burn the tapes after this. This means that this happened before Alex gave the tapes to Jay. At this point, Jay is stuck. There are no more tapes to go through, no new leads, and ToTheArk goes silent until after the new year. On January 7th, 2010, ToTheArk uploads again, telling Jay to return to us in their new video called Attention. That word, us, bothers Jay. It is the first time that the channel openly suggests that there might be more than one person behind it. Or it could be meaning that they are including the operator as part of us, which means that they see themselves as working alongside it, but this is not confirmed though, and either way, it's not comforting. On January 16th, ToTheArk uploads again, giving us our first ever double feature. We see a distorted figure moving between the doors in a house that looks like it might be Brian's. The video ends with the message, "There are doors unopened." With nothing else to follow, Jay has no other option but to return to the abandoned house to look for new leads. He tweets that he's beginning to lose track of the days. In entry 23, Jay decides to do a smart thing that I don't understand why people don't do more often in series like this. He decides to go investigate the house again, but he goes during the daytime. This, unfortunately, proves not to matter though, because once inside, a bunch of more fun, horrible stuff starts to happen. The house is still a mess, and while exploring, he starts hearing footsteps upstairs. A bit more investigation reveals that the masked man from entry 18 and 19 is still following him between the rooms. So from here on out, I'm going to be referring to this masked guy as Masky. That's the name that most commonly is used in the community, and it's a lot easier to keep track of. So Masky runs into a room, only to vanish by the time that Jay catches up to him. We then have several minutes of Jay trying to navigate the house. However, it seems like the rooms no longer follow any kind of continuity. Every door leads somewhere that it did before. He ends up circling back to the same white doll that we saw in entry 18 until somehow he's even transported into the dilapidated industrial building that we saw Alex and Seth exploring back in entry 22. A couple of run-ins with the operator occur and the camera cuts to black. In our closing notes, Jay once again states that he doesn't remember what happened beyond this point, and that his camera no longer works. He woke up back at his house the next day, and now he no longer wants to pursue the answers anymore. It's just not worth it. After a few days of taking a break, on January 3rd, Jay tweets that he's feeling functionless without the investigation. ToTheArk hears about Jay starting up the investigation again, and they upload a video called Warning. This time, they confirm one of the people behind the channel. The video opens with text that mocks the introductory video of Marble Hornets. The following are raw footage excerpts from Alex Crayley. Eyes open, stay home, be alone, smile for the camera. Regards. The visuals include stop motion footage of an armature moving its head around kind of in the same way that the operator does, as well as several shots of Masky. At this point, it is clear that Masky is one of the us behind ToTheArk. Jay says that he doesn't even want to acknowledge ToTheArk anymore, and he starts talking about boarding up his windows. He's beginning to act a lot like how Alex did. In entry 24, we see that Jay has set up his own interior surveillance cameras in his home, and he records himself walking from his computer, through a door, and into his bedroom. Some static interference takes up the screen, and Jay gets up in the middle of the night. He leaves via the same door, however, we get another discontinuity, similar to entry 23. Although he's seen walking through the door of his bedroom camera, the camera in the room with his computer shows the door remaining shut. Jay is then not seen again for 2 hours, none of his cameras picking up his whereabouts until he miraculously re-enters his bedroom and goes back to sleep. On March 5th, 2010, an unusual entry is uploaded titled, "The entry consists of distorted footage of Maskey, as well as potentially other figures. However, it's a bit difficult to decide given all the corruption. We also hear a distorted voice stating, 'Control is being taken away from you. From the start, it's been a game for us, but not anymore. I'm coming from you, and you will lead me to the Ark.' What seems to be a relatively direct message from Maskey gives us more information on the motivation into the Ark. Whatever the Ark is, it seems like they need to find it, and Jay is the one that can show them the way." Jay, of course, denies posting this entry, and he says that he's leaving his apartment to go live in a hotel. This makes a lot of sense considering ToTheArk's threat, and it might have just saved his life. Entry 25 is uploaded on March 25th, 2010, and it shows a news broadcast that Jay is watching involving a burning building. It's his apartment. Is this a freak accident, or was ToTheArk following through with their promise of taking control and actively trying to attempt to kill Jay by burning down his apartment? Entry 26 is uploaded a couple of weeks later on April 18th, 2010. It opens in a similar style to the channel introduction, with scenic footage and text overlay. Jay says that he's been moving locations frequently since the fire, and he begins to speak directly to us viewers for the first time rather than using text.
In fact, I haven't thought about it in the past week, and frankly, I've been feeling a lot better. My memory's better, I'm not as paranoid, I'm not looking over my shoulder all the time like I used to be. So I think that this is for the best. So this is going to be the last entry that I'll be posting.
This is his last entry, he says, and he plans to move far away. He then receives a mysterious text message with the number 41810, indicating the date, April 18th, 2010, the date of the upload. As he was changing locations again, it seems like he was still being followed as a package was left at his door with a new tape inside of it. The tape starts with distorted footage showing off a new mask, different from the one that Maskey is using. This one has gritted, skull-like teeth drawn on the front. The footage then cuts to a new character whose name is Amy, and this is Alex's girlfriend. She's recording herself with a camera she just found buried in a closet. She says that it already has a tape in it before flipping the camera around, and we see our first look at Alex in the present day. Alex says that it's just his old camera from when he was in college, and he tells her to put it back because he wants to sell it. When Amy turns away, though, the operator appears inside the house.
You're in a really odd mood right now. Fine.
Get down the street. Go. We'll be right behind you. Go.
The date on the footage was April 4th, 2010, 2 weeks before entry 26 was uploaded. This is the most recent footage we have of Alex. Jay says that he doesn't know when or if we will ever hear from him again. He thanks everybody for the help so far, and he says that there won't be another upload. And this is correct. There wouldn't be another upload for 7 months. This is the end of Marble Hornets Season 1. In all honesty, Season 1 is slow and relentless and unwavering and brutal, and it reminds me of like an old guy slowly backing into your dog on the driveway or something like that. If I can quickly just go ahead and glaze this season just to get it out of the way, it is really fun, and it's creepy, and it's an immersive series, and it does a really good job drawing out the mystery and keeping you invested. When I was a kid, I would keep my finger on the pulse of this series because I always was so interested in what was happening next. I loved the framing of found footage, and to find a series that was unrolling in real time really made you feel like you were a part of it. The characters have this Twitter account, the entries progress the story in some really creative ways, and we have this weird, evil sister channel that's giving us the POV of the bad guys, and it was really fun just to keep track of it all and to piece it together as you went. Now, it's not perfect, and I think this series often struggles with keeping track of the narrative if you don't fully engage with all of its content. Twitter, ToTheArk, cracking the encrypted codes. This stuff is really fun, but it's not friendly to somebody who just wants to watch a casual, good story about, Slender Man haunting some old friends. But I guess before we move into season 2, I'm going to do a quick recap to see where we stand just to make sure everybody's caught up. So Alex Crayley, who's a film student, recruited the help of his friends Jay, Brian, Seth, Tim, and Sarah to help him film and act in his student film called Marble Hornets. After becoming the victim of the operator's nonstop stalking, he slowly begins to unravel. He grew paranoid, volatile, and eventually canceled the shoot altogether. After some arm twisting, Alex dumps a pile of the tapes on Jay, who's his classmate, and he leaves to attend college out of state. But whatever was following Alex didn't stop there. It's a little unclear at this point if this was before or after he moved, but one by one, every person from his life began to vanish, both literally and emotionally. Jay, Brian, Tim, Sarah, and finally his last remaining Marble Hornets member, Seth, were all gone. With nobody left and nothing but fear in his life, Alex made a pact with himself to burn his tapes. Years later, Jay, after discovering all the disturbing footage in the tapes, decides to investigate what really happened. That decision puts him directly in the path of ToTheArk, who is a group of people that begin to stalk him, threaten him, assault him, and possibly even try to kill him to stop his investigation. We know ToTheArk is likely made up of more than one person, but their most visible figure is one that the fans call Masky. Masky seems to have some abilities that aren't quite normal, likely granted or caused by the operator. We see him move around impossibly between rooms in entry 19 and in 23. He also suffers from violent seizures, seemingly a side effect of long-term exposure to the operator. Jay isn't untouched either. As he gets deeper into the mystery, he starts to change in some ways that Alex once did. He becomes paranoid, develops intense coughing fits, losing chunks of memory, and he enters these fugue states where he has no idea where he's been or what he's been doing. On top of that, he's being dragged through warped, non-Euclidean spaces where rooms don't connect the way they should, and that's probably something that's just not good for you in general, so I don't blame him for getting a little insane. Still though, we eventually get a more recent clip of Alex that makes it seem like he might have actually recovered from his operator influence. Jay also says that he feels better once he leaves the area, but as we saw in entry 26, Alex was never really safe after all. And if that's true for Alex, it's probably true for Jay too, especially after he returns with entry 27 on November 23rd, 2010. It's been 7 months since we last heard anything from Jay. He wakes up with a camera strapped to his chest and absolutely no memory of anything that's been happening since entry 26. He doesn't know where he is, how he got there, or who put the camera on him. He decides to extend his stay at the hotel while he tries to catch his bearings. On his way back to his room though, he passes a girl in the hallway who would later become pretty important. On December 2nd, he uploads entry 28 and he searches his room for clues as to what's happened to him. He finds nothing other than a flashlight, some ibuprofen, and a key. He also finds his hotel room safe, which already has the combination lock input, which he doesn't seem to know the code for. On his way to explore some more, he bumps into the girl in the hallway that he passed in entry 27. She seems to be his next door neighbor, Jessica. She takes an interest in his camera, and they engage in some small talk, which, by the way, Jay is horrible at talking to girls, and it looks like he almost runs away after a 20-second conversation. I do want to point out, though, she says that his name sounds familiar before they part way. This is probably hinting at something. The only other update that we get in this entry is that Jay appears to hear strange noises coming from Jessica's room next door at night. I'm not going to say what I think it is, but they might have just checked into a fancy, weird hotel, but I'm not going to say anything. Entry 29 comes out on December 16th, 2010, and it's an archive file stored on Jay's surveillance camera hard drive that he doesn't seem to remember having. It showcases the POV of somebody running through the woods. Next, we see a camera chest rig similar to the one that Jay's been wearing, while the wearer also holds a digital camcorder in their hands. They notice that the ground is covered in blood near some tunnel out in the woods. The wearer also finds a rock with a considerable amount of blood coating one of its edges, like somebody had been hit with it. Lastly, the operator's silhouette appears at the end of the tunnel before the camera glitches out and the entry ends. On December 30th, Jay notices that his camera starts to static whenever he walks by Jessica while bringing in some groceries. She asks about why he's bringing so much food inside since it's unusual to stay that long in a hotel. And Jay lies, saying that his house is being renovated so he's in the hotel until it's complete. That night, he hears more loud noises from Jessica's room, and like a total creep, bangs on her door to ask about it with his camera pointed at her.
What is it?
Are you okay in there?
Yeah.
I just heard some loud noises like they were coming from your room.
I just woke up.
Really?
Yeah, why is there a camera in my face?
Oh, I was just shooting some stuff in here, and then I heard these voices coming from your room.
I'm gonna go to bed.
She of course tells him to kick rocks because he's being a complete creep, and a really cool, interesting thing happens here. As he turns away from her door, he doesn't seem to notice it, but he's magically transported back into his room, almost like his bed was right behind him the whole time. After another new year in the series, entry 31 comes out on January 4th, 2011. Jay tracks down the biggest park in the area, which is a prominent location for the series and the title for the miniseries spin-off made by the team last year in 2025, Rosswood Park. Jay starts walking down the old, poorly maintained trails while he realizes he might be getting followed by a guy in jeans and a brown jacket. He hides from the man, and he sneaks up behind him only to find that he's a random hiker who's listening to music with his earbuds. After this awkward encounter, Jay leaves Rosswood Park empty-handed. Returning back to the hotel, he knocks on Jessica's door again to ask her about the park. She says that she knows nothing about it really, but maybe only went there once or twice when she was a kid. They keep talking, and Jay slips up and he changes his story about why he's at the hotel, now saying that his job is relocating him rather than his house being renovated. Jessica calls him out on changing his story, but instead of being mad, she asks him out of the blue if he's been having amnesia of some kind, memory loss, but he denies it. In all honesty, this is probably my least favorite entry in the whole series, and it feels the most written. The stuff we get with the fake out in the woods really doesn't match the other tension builders that we've gotten up to this point, and the whole conversation with Jessica is pretty unnatural in my opinion. This is like a small budget series and things like this happen, so it's not a big deal, but I've always felt like this episode sticks out like a sore thumb, which is a real shame because it introduces Rosswood Park, which is a major location for the remainder of the series. On December 12th, Jessica bangs on Jay's door in a panic. She starts confessing that she's been having some serious problems: memory loss, disorientation, trouble sleeping. She says that she thinks Jay is going through the same thing as her. She also brings up sleepwalking, which sounds a lot like Jay's fugue states, where he loses huge chunks of memory at a time. She asks for his help, and Jay agrees to help her, but he says that they have to leave that same night. Just to be safe, he takes his footage and he uploads it immediately as entry 32, and then switches his tape to start recording entry 33 back to back. In entry 33, Jay heads back over to Jessica's room to find her now missing moments later after they just talked. He spots a note with the combination 1102 written on it, and of course the 0 has the operator symbol scribbled on top. He runs back to his own room and inputs the code, and it works. He finds that his safe is full of more tapes and an external hard drive. As he goes through the new material, suddenly, Masky creeps in the room behind him and attacks him. Jay manages to break free by hitting him with the flashlight, and he runs down the hall. Watching this now, I actually think that Jessica's room and Jay's room are connected by a door between them, so I think I was probably wrong about the teleporting thing back in entry 30, so that one might have just been some architecture tripping me up because I am a moron, to say the least. So now, at this point, Jessica is missing and Jay is back to where he started, with a bundle of tapes that he needs to review while he's endlessly pursued by a faceless monster and a guy in a Sharpied Halloween mask. Entry 34 is the first of these new tapes that Jay uploads, and it shows him driving. He states that the date is April 21st, 2010, and that he's driving to the return address that he received back in entry 26. The address seems to be abandoned. No door, tons of graffiti, one of those kind of places. He finds nothing there. After nearly a year of silence, ToTheArk finally uploads again with a video called Fragments. It shows a torn up photograph of somebody, who is most likely Alex, with text over it that reads, "You are broken, you cannot be fixed." Jay tweets afterwards that he's become paranoid about his location again and that nowhere feels safe anymore. On February 15th, 2011, Jay uploads entry 35 and returns to the abandoned house. He starts to vent out loud, saying that there's nothing left for him there and that he doesn't know what he's looking for. As he continues to vent, out of nowhere, Alex walks through the door.
Get the cord! Here, take it.
Hold on still.
Give me the knife!
No, I am not giving you the knife.
Turn off the camera.
What? No, hey.
He's not gonna follow.
What are you doing?
Before they can reconvene and talk, Alex shushes Jay and he points deeper into the house. The two of them move closer and suddenly, Maskey bursts out from behind a wall, this time using a knife. Most likely the same knife that Jay lost back in entry 18, and he charges past Jay straight towards Alex. Alex screams, supposedly getting stabbed, but Jay and Alex both manage to wrestle Maskey to the ground and restrain him with the cord that was lying in the debris. They hold him still, and Jay rips off the mask, revealing that Maskey was actually Tim the whole time. This Scooby-Doo reveal changes everything, as Tim seemed to be the first person who was actually cooperative in Jay's investigation. Hell, he was the only person who was cooperative in the investigation, but now it seems like he is the main person preventing him from getting any real progress. You can also see that the yellow jacket that Tim is wearing is the same one that he wore back in entry 20, and is the same one that Maskey wore in entry 19, which is a nice little hint for us. Alex tells Jay to hand over the knife. It's covered in blood, so it clearly did manage to injure Alex, but Jay refuses. This is the point where we see the real ugly side of Alex. He steps off of Tim, grabbing a huge rock, and then goes over and slams it down on Tim. Tim lets out the most gut-wrenching scream of the series, and the camera hard cuts to Jay driving home. ToTheArk responds to this entry with an upload called Broadcast on February 26th, with a description that reads, "Are you drowning?" which harps back to the flood and arc theme that they've kind of got going on for them. It also appears to be footage from underwater, looking up at a figure above on the right side, as well as possibly another one straight up on the top of the frame. When the audio is cleaned up, we get a text-to-speech sounding voice that says, "Enjoying watching you suffer. Will you know me? I will always know you." This upload creates a lot of questions. The first thing I'd like to note is the colors. ToTheArk uploads sometimes have a form of chromatic aberration effect that smears the red and blue channels on top of the white and black images. This one has a heavy amount of red and blue, as did the upload Signal on November 5th, 2009. So maybe this links the two of them, especially because their titles, Signal and Broadcast, are kind of simpatico, or maybe we're just reading too much into the distortion that they bake into their videos. The bigger question is, who is this video even for? If ToTheArk is mainly Tim, who is posting this one? Whoever it is clearly enjoys watching somebody suffer, but is that Jay, Alex, Tim, or is it us? Tim is the one who suffered the most in entry 35, so maybe this person isn't exactly a fan of Tim either and is mocking them for getting hurt. We don't really know yet, so let's just move on for now. Entry 36 is uploaded on March 2nd, 2011. Jay realizes that the tape from entry 35 actually had more footage on it, but it was corrupted. After messing around with the tape for a few days, he manages to recover the footage. It appears that after leaving the abandoned house, Jay meets up with Alex, probably at Rosswood Park. They immediately start to argue about what just happened. Jay reveals that Alex broke Tim's leg with that cement block, and Alex fires back saying that it's the least that Tim deserved for stabbing him. Alex admits that Jay was very easy to find because of his posting habits, and he tells Jay to stay low until he contacts him again. Jay realizes that Alex must have been the one to send the package back in entry 26, and is the one who sent the anonymous text dated to April 4th. That date is the same date stamped on the tape where Alex and Amy were attacked by the operator, which means that Alex sent that message after whatever happened in the house. We still don't know why Alex sought out Jay again, or what the skull mask on the tape really means. Maybe it's a mask that Alex used to use himself when he was also getting tangled up in the same kind of mess as Tim, slowly becoming consumed by the operator. This also raises a couple bigger questions. How did Alex find Jay so fast? Why send the tape to Jay in the first place? He must have already been watching Jay's Marble Hornets investigation and probably started tracking him long before he ever showed up at that abandoned house. ToTheArk uploads a video called Side Tones on March 15th, 2011. The video shows the numbers 12, 9, 5, and 19, which spells out lies if you convert them to the letters by their position in the alphabet. We also hear Alex's voicemail playing out, which might be ToTheArk hinting that Alex is lying about his real intentions towards Jay.
You heard the voicemail of Alex Curley. I'm not answering my phone right now. Please leave your name and a number, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can.
After this upload, Jay starts tweeting about having a lot of trouble logging back into his YouTube account. And then, things get worse. He complains about brutal headaches and hearing things that aren't there. His tweets slowly stop making sense, turning into complete gibberish. And then, finally, we get another upload. Our next upload for Marble Hornets is titled Entry 37, which is spelled wrong. It is also from April 4th, 1991, and is old archival footage from Alex's birthday, meaning April 4th, the day that Alex and Amy were attacked, was also his birthday. He tweets 6 days later that he's woken up in his car near the Red Tower, meaning that he traveled an hour while in another fugue state between his real-life counterpart locations. Just to be safe, he checks the tower again, but he finds nothing. What he does find, though, is that his tapes aren't with him and that the footage on his laptop has been deleted. Entry 38 is uploaded on April 5th, 2011. It shows more footage from the missing 7 months. This time, Alex and Jay are both walking through Rosswood Park together. Alex tells Jay a story about old executions that happened in these woods, criminals being burned alive and, fun stuff like that. The practice stopped when a kid went missing and was later found dismembered and strung up in the same way as the criminals. The video ends with Alex creepily telling Jay to come here as he leads him deeper into the woods. Jay, of course, doesn't remember any of this. He also says he didn't upload Entry 37 and assumes the same person who uploaded Entry did it. That means that either ToTheArk is hijacking the channel again, or Jay himself is doing it during a fugue state. Jay uploads Entry 39 on April 12th, and it takes place about a week after Alex returned to the abandoned house. Alex calls Jay and tells him to meet him at Rosswood Park before hanging up. When Jay tries to call back, he gets the same voicemail that was heard in the ToTheArk upload called Side Tone.
You heard the voicemail of Alex Curley. I'm not answering my phone right now. You heard the voicemail of Alex Curley. I'm not answering my phone right now. Please leave your name and a number, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can.
Jay drives to the parking lot near the park, and he decides to sleep in his car. While he's asleep, somebody walks up to his rear window and stares at him before walking away. Jay has no idea who it is, and the footage is too unclear for us to tell either. Another ToTheArk upload appears on April 22nd, 2011, titled Forecast. It shows a reanimated lung breathing with the help of machines, while a coded message on screen spells out, "Am I a prophet?" Then, we are shown footage from the point of view of a person who was watching Jay sleep from outside the car. Since that moment happened sometime during the missing 7 months, it seems like ToTheArk was saving this clip until Jay uncovered the rest of that time himself. We don't know who filmed it. It could have been Maskey, or maybe this was our first real look at another ToTheArk member. Jay tweets that he feels completely unsafe now. Even sleeping in a random parking lot isn't enough to avoid being stalked. Entry 40 comes out the next day. Jay is waiting for Alex at Rosswood Park. After getting another voicemail and no actual response, he decides to walk the trails by himself. He starts getting operator static in the woods, and he tries calling Alex again, but he still gets nothing. As he keeps walking, he finds a strange brick structure in the woods, and then he sees the operator standing ahead of him. The camera goes crazy like it always does when the operator is near, and Jay panics, runs, and then drops the camera behind him as he goes. ToTheArk uploads again on May 16th with a video called Intermission. It shows sketches of the woods, along with the words, "Did you see me? I saw you." There's also a drawing of a person standing underneath a tree. If you go back to Entry 40, while Jay is leaving his first voicemail for Alex, you can actually see a person sitting underneath a tree in the nearby parking lot. This is probably the same hooded figure who was watching Jay while he slept in Entry 39. It shows just how close ToTheArk always is. Entry 41 is uploaded on May 26th and is a direct continuation of Entry 40. After Jay drops the camera, there's about 15 minutes of missing footage. Then, somebody new picks up the camera and walks with it through the woods. They eventually bring the camera all the way back to the parking lot and place it in Jay's car. Before leaving, we finally get a good look at this person. They're wearing a yellow hoodie and a black ski mask with red eyes and a red frown stitched into it. This is a character named Hoodie. We can safely say that Hoodie is another member of ToTheArk since we already saw somebody like him watching Jay sleep back in entry 39. He is also probably the same figure under the tree in entry 40 and the one behind the intermission video calling himself the one who saw Jay. ToTheArk uploads again on June 2nd, 2011, saying, "Messages everywhere, signs everywhere. You will never be free, he lies." Along with some lovely home videos of a cute baby crawling around. Around this time, Jay admits online that he's never properly searched the external hard drive that he found in the hotel safe. Not long after, he uploads entry 42 on June 9th. The video opens on Alex sitting in his car at Rosswood Park, listening to voicemails that Jay left in entry 41. This is Alex's footage on the hard drive. He is clearly angry that Jay went into the woods alone. He straps on his own chest-mounted camera and he heads into the woods to find him. While Alex is searching, Jay suddenly runs into him, knocking him over as he's fleeing from the operator. Once they're back out of the woods, Jay explains what just happened, calling the creature that thing and admitting that his camera was left behind. The tape skips and we briefly hear Alex talking about finding her, which is probably referring to Amy. But the moment is cut short when Jay realizes that his camera is actually back in the car, not in the woods anymore. This means that Hoodie managed to reach Jay's car before Jay did. Even though they started at the same place, Hoodie was walking the entire time and Jay had a 15-minute head start. Jay tweets out that it's been about 2 years since all of this started, and how deeply he regrets ever getting involved. 10 days later, ToTheArk responds with a video called Memories. Of course, it's heavily distorted, and it flashes the messages, "Years wasted, you've done nothing, so much more than time has been taken." We also see a sketch of a figure with gritted teeth and star-like eyes inside the operator symbol. The teeth look a lot like the skull mask that we saw briefly in entry 26. Because of that, I started to wonder if this skull mask might actually belong to Jay, something that he wears during his fugue states kind of as an alternate persona. That would line up with what we've seen with Tim, who becomes masky, violent and erratic, while his normal self seems confused and detached from what Masky does. But there's a problem with this theory. The tape with the skull mask back in entry 26 was sent by Alex. If the skull mask belonged to Jay, how would Alex have found that footage? Especially if they didn't reunite until much later. After this, I looked a little bit deeper and I found some footage of the Marble Hornets team themselves. Troy Wagner, who plays Jay, is shown alongside Joseph Delage, I don't know how to say his name, the guy that plays Alex, as well as Tim Sutton, who plays Tim.
It was kind of in the end of season 1. That's also kind of a side effect of the way we did season 1 of, oh, this would be cool, let's do this. Oh, this would be cool, let's do this. It was kind of put in there as a sort of wild card, I guess, which was like, if we can't think of, like if we want to add a new character or whatever, or we want to explain something better, we can always say, it was this. There was a short time where we were going to talk about flashback Jay being, having a mask type thing going on, and he was going to be Scully or something. Yeah, but we didn't.
That didn't happen.
That didn't happen, so we...
That's not canon.
We thought that would be... we thought that would make it too complicated, even more complicated, I guess.
guess we can say, though, that since, we didn't really hear from that character anymore, they could still be out there somewhere.
It turns out that the skull mask belonged to a character named Scully from the extended universe idea that was never fully used in the series. So I'm going to be leaving this open-ended for now. In my own headcanon, I kind of like the idea that this skull mask was a persona that Alex used, but he has mostly abandoned by now. On to entry 43, uploaded June 27th, 2011. We open in Jay's new hotel room that Alex helped him find. Alex calls for him to come outside and they go driving. Alex and Jay arrive at Amy's house and Alex points upstairs, stating that's the window that we jumped out of, referring to the escape that he and Amy attempted back in entry 26. He says that he remembers nothing after that point except for waking up in his apartment with his old camera that Amy found. Alex calls Amy's roommate named Jessica and leaves her a voicemail. This is the same Jessica that Jay would meet 7 months later in the hotel, proving that Alex knew her before any of this even happened. Remember, these clips are all archival during the missing 7 months, and the current day Jay is just reviewing them. Later on, Alex separates from Jay and goes back to Rosswood alone. He puts his chest camera back on and he walks into the woods. When he steps off the trail, the operator appears nearby. The camera malfunctions badly, and Alex collapses, coughing and almost having a seizure on the ground. Then, something changes. He starts to fight it. He stands up, faces the operator, and actually manages to walk towards it. The visual distortion becomes unbearable, and the tape cuts there. ToTheArk follows entry 43 with no online activity from Jay in between. They upload Inquiry, which contains the following. Look at you. You are who you are. You are you. But who are you? With several distorted images of people accompanying. There's also an image of a brain with an arrow pointing towards it, involving the themes that we've seen of split personalities, memory loss, and personal identities. There's also a hidden message in the video that reads out, "Do I help or do I kill?" Likely referring to Jay from the perspective of one of ToTheArk's users. Tim as Maskey has done both, sometimes attacking Jay and Alex and other times running away. Or it could be Hoodie, who we still barely understand and whose motives are still unclear. Jay recognizes these conflictions and tweets out, "Those videos are so inconsistent, it's like they're being made by different people. No way I can prove it though." Entry 44 is uploaded on July 15, 2011. We are in the perspective of Alex's chest-mounted camera at night as he returns home to his apartment. He leaves a voicemail with Jessica again, however, he now states that he's gotten in contact with Amy. We haven't seen any evidence of this yet. We catch a glimpse of his chest-mounted camera in the mirror, and it appears to be a GoPro HD Hero 2, so good taste, Alex. Hell yeah. He starts coughing up some blood in the sink, another trademark symptom of exposure to the operator, before taking some recreational time to draw more of his schizo drawings. But after this, he sits on the floor for a bit, and we see a shadow of another figure in his apartment. Alex doesn't react to this, though. He relocates to his bed and falls asleep, before the operator appears again. The camera glitches, and again, they're both gone. Jay marks entry 45 as taking place 3 months after he and Alex reunited. The footage shows Alex swapping a new tape into his camera when something outside catches his attention. He steps out to investigate, and then quickly rushes back inside to grab his camera so he can show us what he saw. Someone in a hood has been prowling around outside Alex's apartment. Alex chases after the figure, and through some series of jump cuts, we see how far the pursuit goes. Across streets, through yards, and eventually into the woods, where the figure disappears. Alex keeps on searching, and he eventually finds Hoodie standing out in the open almost like he wants to be seen. But before Alex can do anything, another set of footsteps rushes towards him from the side and tackles him to the ground. Maskey reveals himself, working together with Hoodie. Maskey slams a rock down beside Alex's head, clearly referencing the last time Alex nearly killed Tim with a rock, and then starts choking him while Hoodie watches from behind. Just as it looks like they're about to kill Alex, something off-screen catches their attention. Both Maskey and Hoodie suddenly freeze, look towards whatever it is, and then run away. Alex never sees what scared them off, but he yells after them,
Get back here! What? The next time I see you, I'll kill you!
This entry shows just how far Alex has slipped back into his old patterns. Paranoia, frantic drawing, constant self-recording, and watching out of his windows. But unlike before, this paranoia feels more presently justified. ToTheArk is clearly comfortable getting close enough to stalk him directly. It also confirms that Maskey and Hoodie are in fact working together and are actively trying to kill Alex. At the same time, it strongly suggests that Alex has nothing to do with ToTheArk. He's linked to the operator on his own, not as part of their group. Whatever scared away Maskey and Hoodie was almost certainly the operator. If that's true though, it raises a big question. Why did they run? If ToTheArk benefits from the operator, if it fuels their fugue states and lets them move around like space doesn't matter, why do they flee from it? Maybe they actually aren't working with the operator at all, or maybe killing Alex simply isn't part of its plan. Whatever happened here didn't feel strategic, it felt personal. Jay later tweets that most of the footage on the hard drive is very hard to tell apart, whether or not it was filmed by him or Alex. They've both been doing a lot of silent, obsessive recording, and at this point, they're starting to look disturbingly similar. Entry 46 goes live in August of 2011, and at first, looks like another ToTheArk video. It's filmed from the tree line, zoomed in on Alex's apartment as he leaves at night. Then, the figure runs up and opens Alex's front door, and we realize it's actually Jay recording. We can see his reflection in the glass. He sneaks around the apartment, glimpsing around at Alex's beautiful artwork. He searches around and he finds a new tape of which he steals before leaving. Jay takes the tape, but has to hide back in a closet after Alex unexpectedly comes back home. There's a bit of a close call when Alex calls Jay's phone, but it doesn't seem like Alex hears the ringtone. Jay tries to sneak out, but he panics when he sees the operator staring in through the window. Moments later, Alex finds him anyways because Jay forgot his flashlight out in the open. Jay kills the light and tells Alex that they need to hide. Alex makes a strange comment suggesting that Jay somehow led it right to us, implying that the operator doesn't automatically know where everybody is. Maybe it uses people like Jay to find others. Then, the operator appears inside the apartment. Jay bolts for the woods, grabbing a key off of Alex's wall as he runs away. In his final notes, Jay says he doesn't understand why Alex didn't try to escape with him, even though the operator was inside. He also notices that the key that he stole looks exactly like the one that mysteriously appeared in his bag after the 7-month memory wipe back in entry 28. ToTheArk uploads a video called Classified, showcasing red and white encrypted text. A red video of Hoodie with tons of coded numbers on screen also plays. Altogether, they read out, "I know you're there, the twins. Do you know what he did?" This message refers to masking Hoodie as the twins and some unclear deed that was witnessed. More than this, though, it refers to the twins in third person, suggesting that, well, there's a third person. Maybe there is still more contributors to ToTheArk, and Masking and Hoodie are just some buddy-buddy twins working together. The video ends with a red eyeball and the words, "I saw it." Maybe this person, if it isn't Masky or Hoodie, likes to take a back seat and observe from afar. Also, what is this thing that he did, to which ToTheArk is claiming to see? Entry 47 takes place about an hour after Jay leaves Alex's apartment, with Jay sleeping in his car. Alex shows up and confronts Jay about breaking and entering. They argue about getting in each other's way, Alex searching for Amy and Jay searching for answers. Alex drops a bit of information about how difficult it is to look for a missing person when psychopaths in masks keep chasing you around, which apparently didn't happen before Jay showed up, meaning ToTheArk had no trace on where Alex was until Jay became the focal point, bringing all of our characters back into the same area. Maybe Alex really did get clear of all of this before Jay got involved. They have a bit of a breakup to their bromance, but Jay tries to get one last piece of information from Alex, Jessica's phone number. To sweeten the pot a little bit, he steals Alex's keyring and locks it in his car until he agrees to provide it. After he does, the next chunk showcases Jay contacting Jessica via phone and asking about Amy's location. This shows that Jay and Jessica did in fact know each other before the memory wipe and before they met each other in the hotel, explaining why his name seemed familiar to her. Jessica says that Alex told her that he got in contact with Amy, which we saw back in entry 44. Jay points this out as being untrue, and we can conclude from this point that Alex has been lying, but we don't know why. After learning that Alex lied to Jessica, Jay starts to follow him around. In entry 48 posted on September 1st, Jay notices Alex always carries a brown satchel and often goes to Rosswood Park with his chest-mounted camera. Eventually, Jay follows him to the woods but loses him immediately. Later on, Jay finds Alex crouched near a tunnel, the same one from entry 29. That part of entry 29 was filled with the chest-mounted camera, so this strongly suggests that Alex was the one behind that footage. Back in the present, on Twitter, Jay starts digging through Alex's old footage to see what he was doing at that tunnel. People also reached out and asked if he tried calling Jessica now that he's uncovered her phone number. He says that he has many times, but she never answers. That same day, ToTheArk uploads a video called Side Note. The message is simple: be silent, this is the best part. They sound excited, like they know exactly what Jay is about to find. Whatever it is, Jay finds it, and he is clearly nervous about what he found in uploading it, but on September 7th, 2011, he posts it as entry 49. From Alex's chest camera, he arrives at Rosswood Park and begins walking through the trails. He speaks to himself very often, muttering things like, "Don't follow me," and "I know you're there." Jay overlays his synced footage from entry 48 to show the moment that he left Alex alone at the tunnel.
Hey man, you okay? Some help?
I told you not to follow me!
I don't know what you're talking about, guy.
After about 15 minutes pass, a random passerby in a white shirt shows up behind Alex and asks him if he's okay. Alex immediately snaps and he screams at the man, shouting, "I told you not to follow me." Alex gets to his feet and he rushes the man without hesitation, grabbing him by the collar and wrestling him to the ground. From there, he gets on top of him and begins to strangle the man until he stops moving. To seal the deal, he walks off camera and he returns with a large rock, throwing it down on top of the man's head 4 times. It seems like Tim was just a warm-up for what Alex was capable of. Alex walks away and the operator appears in frame for a few seconds before vanishing with the body. Alex then picks up the camera and he leaves. The next thing we see is him calling Jay, arranging for another meeting at Rosswood the next day. This could be leading up to the events of Entry 38. Jay doesn't seem to know who the man was, and by the man's reaction to Alex's rage, certainly shows that they didn't know each other. If you look closely at the end of Entry 48, it appears you can actually see this man standing in the parking lot as Jay exits to the woods. He must have entered a few moments after this and randomly stumbled upon Alex after 15 minutes of walking. At this point, Alex seems to have completely snapped, seemingly done with this whole ordeal and ready to kill anybody with any ties to him, the operator, or any of Marble Hornets. Jay spends most of the month searching for missing person reports, but he comes up completely dry, almost as if the man has been erased. On September 27th, ToTheArk uploads Extraction, the title likely referring to the recovery of Maskey or Tim after his leg was injured in Entry 35. We start off with a shot of Maskey limping his way down a dark road, implying that his leg wasn't actually fully broken in the fight. We then get images of the tunnel at Rosswood Park with the messages, "How much do you hate? It is not enough," as a video of Maskey turns dark red, similar to the unique coloring of their prior upload, Classified, where we theorized about a 3rd member of ToTheArk. Is this another upload by them, and is this dark red coloring their new kind of calling card? Maybe we should look back later in the series for more patterns in ToTheArk editing and see if there's more behind this. As for the message, "How much do you hate? It is not enough." Back in Classified, ToTheArk asks us, "Do you know what he did? I saw it." Now almost certainly referring to Alex's murder in the tunnel, meaning that this 3rd ToTheArk member was there. And now they have another reason to hate Alex even more. However, we still don't know what the original reason was. Confirming my suspicion about Entry 49 leading up to Entry 38, Jay makes the following tweet and uploads Entry 50 on September 30th, 2011. Jay arrives at Rosswood Park to meet Alex, armed with his knife and several tapes. He leaves a message with Jessica about his whereabouts before Alex arrives, and the two of them start to walk together. Jay notices that Alex leaves behind the chest-mounted camera and the mysterious satchel before they leave, which is very strange considering Alex records everything. Whatever's about to happen, he wants no video evidence of. On the way, Alex asks Jay if he stole anything from his apartment at Entry 46, since he's missing a spare key to his door. Jay denies it, but now we know what the key is for at least. After the events of Entry 38 play out, this entry continues. Jay gets the creeps and he backs out of seeing whatever it is that Alex wanted to show him. Alex allows this, but he says to bring Jessica next time so he can show her too. The two of them split up, and on the way out of the woods, Jay spots Maskey spying on him from the trees. He starts to chase him, and he follows him all the way back to Rosswood Tunnel. Maskey runs through the tunnel to the other side, and Jay follows only to get tired and simply yell out, "What do you want?"
What? What do you want?
The following day, once again, Jay is stalking Alex outside of his apartment. He makes sure that Alex leaves in his car this time before using the key that he stole to enter once again. Inside, he searches around and then finds a tape in Alex's desk next to a lighter, something that feels like some heavy foreshadowing. Back in his car, he takes the tape and he labels it 5642 to be used in the future. This is because right now, Alex is monitoring the channel and would know if Jay posted something that he had stolen. On October 10th, Jay tweets that he woke up again with his door wide open, but nothing missing, so he'll have to change hotels again. After this, though, he relocates the 5642 tape and uploads it as Entry 51 on October 12, 2011. The tape opens with Alex filming B-roll for Marble Hornets alongside Brian, since Seth apparently called in sick that day. They bounce between locations, railroad tracks, open fields, and finally, an abandoned hospital. They talk casually about how each place might fit into the Marble Hornets story, treating it like a normal scouting trip. As they film the inside of the hospital, small glitches begin to appear in the camera. Brian suddenly starts to cough badly, like he can't catch his breath. The tape freezes on a singular frame of the operator, and through heavy distortion, we hear muffled, panicked screaming. When the footage resumes, the camera is lying on the floor. Brian picks it up and starts calling for Alex, who is suddenly gone. He follows the sound of coughing to another room and he finds Tim, of all people, coughing in the middle of the floor. The operator then appears behind him in the doorway, and the next shot shows Brian unconscious on the floor. His body is slowly dragged back into the room, and Alex walks into frame, calmly picking up the camera and leaving. Jay theorizes that Alex might be intentionally leading people into danger, maybe even to their deaths. He points out that Alex claimed in entry 22 that he didn't remember what happened to everybody and that everybody was gone. But Alex is now a known liar. While memory loss is common in this series, Jay believes that Alex might be using it as a cover-up. Entry 52 is uploaded on November 9th, 2011.
Probably don't want to know exactly what happened to Brian. All I do know, or at least what I think I know, is that Alex knew something was going to happen when he brought him there. He didn't care about shooting Marble Hornets. For all I know, he wanted Brian out of the way. Jessica's on her way to meet Alex and I here. She knew whatever it is Alex has to show us has something to do with Amy, so...
Jay returns to Rosswood to meet with Alex, even though he now believes that Alex deliberately brought Brian to that hospital knowing that something bad would happen. After Jessica joins them, they follow Alex into the woods and down a trail. Jessica mentions that she hears footsteps behind them, like somebody is following them, but at this point, that's almost to be expected in this series. Alex leads them to a small garage-like structure in the parking lot with an upstairs loft, which, by the way, if you look very closely, it seems like Jessica might have been correct. It looks like somebody might be waiting for them upstairs.
Alex, just tell us what it is.
You stole that tape from me. It's a gun. The one with Brian on it? And I know you've been following me too.
What?
I've had plenty of chances to do this.
So you're going to kill us?
I didn't want to get Jessica involved. That's why I told her that about Amy. That's your fault!
Alex, please!
Don't do this, Alex. I told you never to mention him again. I thought that implied not sharing with the world.
I didn't know. I didn't know any of this would happen.
In the first place. I should have burned him ahead.
Go!
When they go up, Alex suddenly pulls a gun out and points it at Jay and Jessica. He yells that he knows that Jay stole a tape and that he's been following him. He admits that he lied to Jessica about finding Amy, and he says that he only did that to keep her out of things, but Jay keeps dragging more people into danger. He says that the tapes were given to Jay in confidence, not to be shared with the world. As Jay and Jessica beg him to calm down, Maskey quietly appears on the stairs behind Alex and grabs him. Jay and Jessica run as a gunshot rings out behind them, but we never get to see who was hit. Back at the parking lot, Jay breaks into Alex's car through a cracked window and he steals his GoPro and the brown satchel before leaving. At the hotel, Jay and Jessica go through the satchel and they find the same hard drive that Jay has been uploading off of in the present. Jay decides to lock everything important in his hotel safe, and Jessica suggests using the code 1234. Jay rejects this idea because he says that that's the first thing that he would try. And there's a really funny Easter egg because if you look back to entry 28, you can see that 1234 is actually the first thing he tried after his memory was reset. So after this, Jessica says to use the last 4 digits of her phone number, 1102. This finally explains the full mystery of the safe back in entry 28. Jessica heads to her room complaining about a headache and coughing as she walks. Jay hides Alex's satchel back in the bottom of his trunk and he goes to his room, prying on Alex's chest camera. As he turns off the lights to get some sleep, Jessica starts screaming next door. Jay runs into her room and he finds the operator standing there, however, Jessica is gone. Jay yells at it to leave them alone and actually tries to tackle it. The result is exactly what you'd expect. Violent static, the camera thrashing, and finally, Jay unconscious on the floor. This is a direct lead into entry 27, the last day before Jay's 7-month memory wipe. We are fully caught up. Now that Jay understands what happened during those missing months, he decides that he has to go find Alex and stop him. He finally understands how dangerous Alex is, and he realizes that he was just another loose end that Alex meant to tie up. Before the video ends though, we get one more image. The last thing we see is Tim back in town, calmly smoking a cigarette. He walks away looking completely normal, showing that he survived his fight with Alex months prior. And with that, Marble Hornets Season 2 comes to an end. And I gotta say, this season is without a doubt much more complicated than the first, but I do like how it runs with mostly the same characters and starts fleshing them out a little bit more deeply. It's clear that at this point in the series, Troy Wagner and the team were a bit more consistent and direct with ToTheArk puzzles, and they felt like they pulled more weight in revealing the story details. Even if you're a casual viewer who doesn't pay much attention to ToTheArk, you still get a really good sense of them throughout the main entries, and you can probably keep up with the story as is. Overall, this season just kind of feels right. Sort of like in 2011 when you could go to Walmart and buy like a rifle and a lobster in the same day. Things are just kind of clicking now, and it's all kind of unrolling and writing itself. So reviewing our open ends, we learned that the skull mask from entry 26 is a kind of dead end from the writers, and that Jay and Alex are independently linked to the operator. We still don't know what the operator is, but we can tell that its relationship with ToTheArk is still a little bit muddy. As for ToTheArk, we've unmasked one of them, revealed the existence of another one, and have hints of a particularly elusive third member. The final shots of Season 2 show Tim living a normal life outside of his nighttime antics, so maybe this group is inflicted with some form of split personality disorder as we've seen Jay start to develop with his presence of the operator. There's a concept that exists in the Slenderman mythos of something called a proxy, and they're usually kind of just like a little sidekick to Slenderman. I've seen some people say that the members of ToTheArk are proxies. I don't fully agree with this though, because if you look at how they behave around the operator, they usually try to run away from it. And if they were proxies, they would probably side with it more than they would be afraid of it. We've also learned a little bit more about their motives. Driven by some kind of hatred for Alex Crayley, it seems like Jay has been the key to them finding Alex, giving more meaning to their earlier mantra of lead us to the Ark, assuming that Alex is the Ark or has something to do with it. Starting off combative towards Jay, Maskey even attacking him back in entry 18, we now see a complete 180 where Maskey saves Jay's life from Alex, who we now know has resorted to homicide to try and get this whole situation to stop. Things have started to boil over, so here's where we stand before jumping into Season 3, which is the final part of Marble Hornets. Jessica, Amy, Brian, Seth, and Sarah are still missing. Alex is a murderer, and we aren't sure if he's responsible for all of their disappearances or what he's still hoping to achieve. Tim is Maskey, who now works with another character named Hoodie and possibly a mysterious third ToTheArk member. They may or may not be aware of their actions while donning their alter egos, but we still see that they have a unified hatred for Alex. Tim has been relocated back in town, and Jay has begun to follow him around, inquiring about his behavior around the town as evident from the tweets over the next few months. This continues until Jay finally posts entry 53 on March 10th, 2012. And we're continuing into part 3. Here we go. Oh, this takes a while to read. Okay, season 3. So, Jay enters an antique store that Tim frequents and asks the store clerk about Tim. She doesn't seem to know much, but directs Jay towards a local mental health clinic that Tim had mentioned having an appointment at. Jay begins to wait by the clinic every single day until Tim eventually shows up with his glorious sideburns still intact, thank God. And Jay begins to talk with him. Jay brings up the original Marble Hornets set as well as the screen read from entry 15, but Tim's memory is still a bit fuzzy on the events of both since it's been years since either of those events happened. Either way, Tim is late for his appointment, so he heads inside, and Jay just waits outside until Tim finishes and continues to talk. He inquires a lot about Tim's mental health, and the two of them exchange numbers since Jay still pretends that he wants to work on the Marble Hornets film, and then they, after that, part ways. It seems that Tim truly has no memory at all of the encounters with Jay while donning the Maskey persona, and I'm going to conclude from this point on that Tim has some kind of split personality. Later on that same day, Tim actually calls Jay first, and he reveals that he actually has his own supply of old tapes from the Marble Hornets set, and he offers to give them to Jay. Of course, Jay agrees to this. On March 15th, ToTheArk uploads Reminder. The video shows somebody watching Jay through the window of an antique store while he records. This is almost certainly Hoodie and not Maskey, since Tim was later seen totally unaware that Jay was even in town. In the reflection during entry 53, you can also barely make out somebody behind Jay who looks like they're wearing a yellow hoodie. Entry 54 comes out on March 25th, 2012. Jay meets Tim in a public place during Tim's work break, so Tim can hand over the old tapes. Tim immediately questions why Jay is always filming him, and Jay lies, saying that he's making a behind-the-scenes documentary about Marble Hornets. The rest of the entry is footage from one of these old tapes that Tim delivered. It shows Jay, Seth, and Tim running from some heavy rain while Alex goes home to change. We then cut to Tim's apartment, where Alex is now present. Tim messes around with the ukulele, Alex plays on a keyboard, and Brian shows up drying his hair from the rain. They joke about the music for Marble Hornets trailers until the power suddenly goes out. Tim goes to look for the breaker, and he completely misses the operator standing in the corner of the room. He only finds a flashlight, and he comes back to the others in the dark. The good news is, something else appears to run on battery.
Oh, do you
Even better news, guess what's battery powered?
Oh, this day just got so much better. Well, hey, about that acoustic soundtrack, I guess that's the only choice we have now, so,
Jam session.
yeah.
Static starts to creep into the audio, and we see a shadow rush into the room towards them. Tape cuts there. This is a rare, almost warm look at the group before everything fell apart, so it's a little unfortunate to see that it ends with the operator doing who knows what to everybody there. Here to ruin the vibe, on Alex's birthday, April 4th, 2012, ToTheArk posts a video called Decay. We get images of Alex killing the unknown man in the tunnel, as well as images of the operator's attack on Alex and Amy before seeing the message, "You caused this, you will never be forgiven." We then get images of Jay's coughing as seen in the prior ToTheArk upload edition, with the words, "He will lead me to you, to death, to the Ark." Lastly, we get an unsettling image of a man with glowing red eyes with the words, "Always watching," written across the screen. Followed by one more video of a red-tinted eye and a decodable message that says, "Today is your last birthday," and a description that reads, "End him." Clearly, this one is dedicated to Alex, and it spells it out plainly that Jay is an instrument to lead ToTheArk to Alex. This is likely why Alex tried to kill Jay, to get rid of ToTheArk's main source of information on how to find him. This also means that Alex didn't die at the end of Season 2, but might have actually just been shot. This is unclear though. It's hard to say whether or not Alex, death, and the Ark are still the same thing, but they are definitely closely linked. As for the person with the red eyes, maybe this is a glimpse of our third ToTheArk member, and the red tint they've applied plus the frequent use of eye imagery could help us stamp which uploads are being done by them rather than Maskey or Hoodie. In fact, looking back at their upload called Edition, in which we see Jay being watched during his coughing fit followed by the text, "See you," maybe this was actually recorded by our mysterious third ToTheArk member. Whoever made this video blames Alex for the operator's involvement in their lives, and they believe that finding him can lead to revenge. Uploaded on April 9th and 25th, entry 55 and 56 show more Marble Hornets behind the scenes footage. Hanging out with Alex, Tim mentions an abandoned hospital that he knows about, the same one that we saw in entry 51, and he, Alex, and Brian agree to go scout it at some point. While filming, Tim gets a call from his doctor and he complains about headaches, paranoia, and insomnia, as well as mentioning that he has a history of these symptoms. In the next tape, Alex and Tim are seen walking the same route that we saw in entry 51 back to the same abandoned hospital. As they explore some more, Tim starts to cough more and hesitates to go to a separate annex building. Alex says that he'll likely just go back to this building with Seth a different day, likely leading up to the events of entry 51 as well. While upstairs though, Tim sets down the camera to go take a leak in the corner. While this happens, Alex picks up a metal pipe and he proceeds to start beating Tim with it. As he does, the camera falls from its perch and the operator is seen standing behind them. The camera statics and the operator disappears. As Alex leaves the scene, we hear Tim coughing once again, at least showing that he survived, which obviously we should know because these videos take place in the past. Tim likely doesn't remember this happening though, considering his description of Alex on the set of Marble Hornets in his past entries was more of one of annoyance rather than vengefulness.
At the time, how was he as a director?
He was a pretty decent director. Well, at first.
At first.
Yeah, I mean, after a while, he got to the point where, yeah, I mean, it seemed like after a while, he got to the point where he would be yelling at us more than he'd actually be filming the movie. So, and he'd just be really paranoid, waving his camera around all over the place. I mean, I just couldn't really.
His camera, other than the camera he was using to shoot the.
Yeah, he had a handheld that he was carrying around with him all over the place.
Okay.
It's assumed that after this point, Alex would meet up with Brian and the events of Entry 51 would follow. Entry 57 is another one of Tim's tapes, and it starts off the night after Alex attacks Tim, showing him waking up in the abandoned hospital. Like something straight out of Outlast, He grabs the night vision camera and he walks out into the woods using the camera just to guide himself through the darkness. After taking a moment to sit, clearly dazed and injured, he navigates back through the hospital grounds to try and gain his bearings. While walking through, though, Alex is seen wandering the halls as well, only armed with a flashlight and a metal bar, apparently there to finish the job. Securing a hiding spot, Tim attempts to suppress a coughing fit that begins to rise and remain hidden from Alex. The more he fights it, though, the more the camera begins to distort until the tape ends there. ToTheArk follows up with a video called Session on May 14th, showcasing old-timey footage of what seems to be a mental institution or a school of some kind. Maybe this is what the hospital was like before it went abandoned. They include messages about secrets and liars being everywhere, while sneaking in an image of the operator with text saying, "He's watching." It appears that Tim's tapes give Jay an idea, so he reaches out to Tim for a tour of the hospital. He mentions to us that he's going to come prepared with his own protection because he doesn't know if Tim is trustworthy at this point, and he follows up on May 20th saying that his meeting went alright, but he's beginning to feel sick. The next day, we get entry 58 back in the present. Jay meets with Tim underneath the bridge near the antique store and doctor's office, and he overhears a phone call that Tim is having with his doctor, talking about sleep schedules and his mental health. I swear to God, this man, Tim, exists just to smoke cigarettes, have beautiful sideburns, work, and speak to his doctor. He is the definition of an American hero. After this, Jay inquires about the hospital, and Tim tells him that it was out behind Rosswood Park, but he and Alex never actually had the chance to go, which completely contradicts the existence of Entry 57 and showing the severity of his memory loss. Although it's possible that he could be lying and he does actually remember what happened there, I don't think he would do that while simultaneously trying to help Jay with the investigation. I think he legitimately just does not remember. That Friday the 18th, they head out to the hospital and Jay brings up the annex building once they get to the property. Again, Tim seems really against going to the other building, just like he was with Alex, but Jay twists his arm and the two of them head over there anyways. We can see that this new building is identical to the one from Entry 51, meaning that Alex attacked him in the hospital and then baited Brian into running into the operator at the annex building. Jay and Tim begin to speculate that a fire is likely the reason for the shutdown of the hospital, right before Tim starts to cough again and Jay finds what appears to be the room that Alex drags Brian's body into in Entry 51. As they keep exploring, Jay keeps hearing noises from different rooms, and Tim starts to question why Jay is bothering finishing a film that, quote, even by student film standards, wasn't particularly good. As the two of them bicker, Jay spots Hoodie up ahead crossing one of the hallways in the hospital before jumping out of a window to escape. Jay and Tim chase the man, meanwhile Tim is confused why they care so much about a random person exploring the same way that they were, and the chase ends at a maintenance tunnel that seems to lead deeper into the hospital basements. Tim refuses to go down, and Jay didn't bring a flashlight, so they decide to leave. On their walk out, Tim seems very suspicious of Jay's real motivations, and he claims that he's had enough of that hospital for a lifetime. This might be hinting that he's been there more than he's leading on. After this entry, Jay considers coming clean with Tim about the Marble Hornets investigation, and he hopes that he'll join his side. On June 13th, 2012, though, Tim reaches out first and calls Jay for a meeting. On June 14th, entry 59 is posted that shows the events of their conversation. They meet at night in a parking lot, and Tim comes out swinging. And I say that pretty literally. He gets out of the car and he immediately starts punching Jay in the parking lot, all the while screaming at him about how a quick search for Marble Hornets revealed everything that Jay's been up to.
So after our little field trip, I couldn't help but shake this feeling that there was something funny about you. So I do a search for Marble Hornets, and you want to know what I find?
I was going to tell you tonight, Tim. I
tonight?
swear.
Tonight? Not last week whenever you dragged me out to that hospital to chase after whoever that guy was? Huh? Not 3 months ago whenever you followed me outside my own doctor's office?
I had to be sure I could trust you. If you've seen the entries, can you blame me?
There's a lot of things I could blame you for right now, Jay. So much of the last few years makes so much sense now. I was doing fine. I was getting better, and then... Imagine waking up one morning in the backseat of your car, miles away from home, with blood in your hair, and you have no idea how that happened. Imagine waking up one morning with your leg broken and no memory whatsoever of that happening. Think about that. Imagine not being able to keep a job because you call into work one morning and they say, oh, we're sorry, we had to fire you because we haven't heard from you for the last 3 weeks. But then suddenly it stops and I start getting better. And I can hold steady work, and I can function like a normal human being for once in my life. And then suddenly you show up, putting a camera in my face, bringing back old memories like it couldn't possibly have any effect on anybody else. What are you trying to gain from all this? I've seen it myself. Alex points a gun at you and your first instinct is to film it, you psychopath.
I'm a psychopath. You really want to call me a psychopath after all this video?
Shut up! I'm not a psychopath. It's all Alex's fault. Him and whatever that is that follows him around. Somehow they're responsible for me being this way, and you knew about it. You knew about it for 3 years and you never said a thing.
Tim, wait, just listen to me.
No, you listen to me. You can keep making your little detective videos all you want, but do me a favor and stay out of my life.
This hurts even a little bit more when you realize that this is probably Tim's first source of answers to all of his mental health problems that he's been having in a long time. Waking up in mysterious places, waking up with a broken leg, large gaps of memory loss. Jay knew all of the answers and Tim was left out. The two of them begin to argue about the justification for the whole pursuit, and from Tim's point of view, he was finally getting better until Jay brought up the past. From Jay's point of view, the camera is his only way to expose the secrecy and uncover what is actually going on. Either way, Tim is set in his belief that Alex and that thing that follows him around, which is referring to the operator, are responsible for how bent out of shape his life has gotten. And we finally get to hear one of ToTheArk's motivations directly from the mouth of one of their members. They think Alex is responsible for bringing the operator into their lives. And I just want to say to Tim Sutton, by the way, great acting here. It's really nice to get a character scene that doesn't have any lies and is really just people airing it all out. This scene has always been one of my favorites. I think it's one of the best examples in the series of something that just is written well and is acted out completely believably, in my opinion. After this upload goes live, ToTheArk responds with their own entry called Reference, where they lift the audio from Jay and Tim's argument and they overlay it on top of a shot of a basement, possibly the one from the hospital. As the argument reaches a crescendo, Maskey's face begins to fade in, which hopefully does not signify Tim's slip back into his alter ego. The words truth with light flash over the screen, which most likely is telling Jay to return to the maintenance tunnel at the hospital, only this time bring a flashlight. This is exactly what he does in entry 60, posted on June 30th, 2012. He pokes around the hospital a bit more, seeing more evidence that a fire destroyed the place, and eventually checking the room that he saw Hoodie run out of in entry 58. Inside this room, on the walls, is written, "He is a liar. Follow me," confirming that Hoodie intentionally led Jay to that maintenance tunnel. As for who the liar is, this could be referring to Tim or Alex. That remains to be seen. Jay returns to the maintenance tunnel and he jumps into the crawl space to begin exploring. While underground, he hears slow pacing of footsteps above him before he reaches the end of the tunnel. At the end of the tunnel, Jay finds a white doll, the same one from inside the abandoned home in entry 18, and a folder with the label "Liar" written on it. Inside the folder are pediatric admission documents which actually belong to Tim from December of 1995. You can see with the symptoms of insomnia, headaches, possible other disorders, he was prescribed amoxicillin and codeine. The footsteps above begin to return, so Jay takes the folder and the doll and he begins to leave. Of course, as he does, the operator appears behind him in the tunnel and he has to crouch sprint his way out. Jay takes some time to review the documents in entry 60.5, giving us a better look at the paperwork. I want to note that these papers are covered in redactions, which are probably made by the person who labeled the folder, which is most likely Hoodie. In these documents, we also learn that Tim is prone to seizures, as we've seen in entry 18, and has a history of falls as a result. His headaches are also chronic, and he has a pain scale of 6 out of 10, with his most common reaction to the pain being screaming. Another really important note that was made was that when he was a kid, Tim actually ran away from home and was found in Rosswood Park, and that he's frequently confused, dazed, and combative. He also scored a 14 on the self-harm evaluation, which I guess is considered high risk. All of these documents are joined by a candid photograph of Jay and Tim arguing in the parking lot taken from afar in entry 59. These problems are not recent, and Tim absolutely downplayed them. After this, on July 30th, a photo of a window is uploaded on the Marble Hornets Twitter account with the caption that just reads X, clearly not uploaded by Jay. After this, ToTheArk uploads a video called Observation, in a similar black and white style to the unusual Marble Hornets Twitter post. We see somebody recording Tim through his window as he takes more of his medication. A few frames are spliced in with the masky face overlaid on Tim, and the video ends. This is captioned with an O, and when combined with the upload on the Marble Hornets Twitter, we get the components of the X and the O for the operator symbol across both hacked posts. The Marble Hornets Twitter is completely hacked at this point, and we get multiple messages that seem to be taunting Tim about being able to see him. We get posts that say, Do you hear thunder? Look outside when the lightning flashes. You will not see me, but I will see you. The clouds are dark tonight. Entry 61 is posted on August 8th, 2012 after Jay regains control of his accounts, and it contains a private video that was originally posted on the account with the hack title of Entry. On a stormy night, as described in the tweets, we see a person filming Tim through his window once again while he takes a phone call. Tim leaves for a moment, offering the person an opportunity to climb through the window. We can see from their gloves and their yellow clothing that this is most likely Hoodie. Hoodie searches through Tim's belongings and he finds that Tim is running low on his pills. He steals the last of Tim's medication and he hides in the closet, before turning the camera to face the room where we can confirm that this is in fact Hoodie. Tim re-enters the room in the middle of one of his coughing fits. He desperately begins to search for the last of his pills, and he starts having a seizure as he's unable to find them. The message, "Look at what you have caused," comes over the screen as Tim's seizure worsens. This is probably mocking both Alex and Jay as they both contributed to Tim's worsening condition. Once Tim's seizure passes and he's able to stand again, he leaves, and Hoodie comes out of hiding to collect the camera. As Hoodie walks down the street later that night, text comes up on screen that reads, "Where could he have gone?" before binary code appears that says, "The trees." Jay realizes that there was a storm a little while ago, so this video is probably pretty recent. He also thinks he knows where Tim could have gone, and he says he's going out there next. On August 9th, Jay tweets, "Don't want to give away where I am. No more tweets for now." And we hear nothing until September 1st, 2012 with entry 62. Jay drives down the road in the middle of the night, parking at Rosswood and switching his camera to night vision. I'd like to point out quickly that Jay's intuition on Tim's whereabouts was likely driven by Tim's pediatric medical report, saying that he's run away before and has turned up at Rosswood Park in the past. As Jay wanders the trails, he begins to hear aggressive running footsteps and he runs into Tim, back in his Masky persona. Calling out to him as Tim, we see Masky start to sprint at Jay and a chase ensues. Jay attempts to hide in the trees, however, Masky begins searching the area and eventually finds him, thus the chase continues. Although Jay gains some distance, Masky manages to flank him and they both begin to fight. Jay drops the camera and we see Masky overpower him and drag him deeper into the woods. A few moments pass and we can see that Masky wasn't alone in the woods after all, as Hoodie kneels down and takes the camera. We're unsure of what happens next, but the camera cuts. We are then greeted with a new shot of Jay waking up inside of a red wooden structure in the middle of the daylight. He begins coughing a bit and he grabs the camera, only to find that Tim is waking up outside only a few feet away. At first, Jay hides, but he decides to approach Tim, who apparently has no idea what they're doing there. It's safe to assume by this point absolutely that Jay understands how Tim operates, and he doesn't bring up him switching back to his Masky persona. Tim and Jay start to navigate out of the woods, and Tim is visibly struggling with a migraine, as Jay mentions that the camera battery is almost dead right before the entry ends. After this, it seems like the two of them are aligned in goal as Jay tweets, "Tim and I are both okay. I'm pretty sure he's going to help me now," on September 4th. ToTheArk responds on September 15th, 2012 with a video called Isolation. It seems like at this point, Hoodie is cutting the cord and he realizes that Tim and Masky are in conflict. The upload is titled Isolation for this exact reason, and the description reads, "Alone, alone, alone," which further supports this. The twins are at odds, it seems, and it looks like Hoodie is finally alone. However, there have been theories of a third proxy involved in ToTheArk, and they are still nowhere to be seen. The messages in this upload go as follows. Who is he? Where is he? Where is she? Meet again soon, and follows all, with a brief shot of the operator. Who is he is referring to Tim and his current conflict with the split personality. Where is she could be referring to Sarah, Amy, or Jessica, but considering we've heard almost nothing about Sarah this whole series, and whatever happened to Amy is bad enough that it sent Alex into a murderous rampage, we can probably infer that whoever we're talking about here is probably Jessica. But the message, "Where is he?" has a kind of a unique video attached to it. We see the red wood of a structure that Jay woke up in, with the image of an eyeball superimposed. We have been slowly whittling away at a character that mainly takes an observational role and likes to use the color red as a bit of a calling card as well as eyeballs. Could this be the third proxy, should they even exist? And has he distanced himself from Hoodie as well? We get the continuation of entry 62 when Jay posts entry 63 on September 25th, 2012. After Jay and Tim make it out of the woods, Tim just walks home as he tells Jay that he'll call him when they're ready for the next step. There's a couple of weeks of delay until Tim calls Jay back, which likely explains why there's nearly a month-long gap between when Jay went looking for Tim in August and when he uploaded the tapes documenting that day. They meet at night after Tim's shift ends, and Jay returns Tim's medical records. Tim brings up how it's been over a year since Jay's seen Jessica at this point, and the more immediate threat is Hoodie. They make a plan to return to Rosswood to get a lead on Hoodie before making any more plans to search for Jessica. Jay tweets on Thursday, October 4th, 2012, that he's going back to Rosswood with Tim on Sunday, and Entry 64 is uploaded October 13th. Jay and Tim both return to the same garage building that Alex tried to kill them at. Tim has started wearing Alex's stolen GoPro, and Jay keeps recording with his camcorder as always. During this, Jay finally starts to ask Tim questions about his masking persona, to which Tim claims that he can't remember anything when he's like that. They start trying to reconstruct the events of what happened in Entry 52, where we confirm that Tim was never shot in the altercation. They end up actually finding a bullet hole in the ceiling, which means that a round was discharged upward during the fight and that nobody was actually hit. They leave the garage and they start looking around for the red wooden shack that they both woke up in during Entry 62, but they can't seem to find it again. Once they change targets, they make their way back to the tunnel where Alex killed somebody. Once they reach it, they start walking through it towards the other side. Once they get close to the other side, Jay gets a phone call from Alex, of all people. Jay answers, and he only hears 2 words.
Hello?
Leave. Now.
That was Alex.
What?
When you just hung up, but that was Alex.
Is he here?
Hold on, I'm gonna try and call back.
He's not gonna answer.
I'm gonna try.
You think he's following us?
Probably. I mean, if he just calls telling us to leave, then we're probably about to find something he doesn't want us to see, so let's keep going.
Well, we need to get out of here right now then if he's been following us.
Come on, go up here and then we'll see. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Jay and Tim begin to argue for a moment about what they should do and if they should turn back, and Tim starts having a severe coughing fit. Suddenly, the operator appears at the end of the tunnel and Tim collapses. Jay attempts to pull Tim out of the tunnel, but Tim yells at him to run, and Jay listens. Jay emerges back at the parking lot with Tim's condition unknown, but he is shocked to find that Tim is sitting unconscious in his car, somehow beating him back to the parking lot. Jay knocks on the window and wakes Tim up, demanding to know what happened and how he got back. But Tim seems completely dazed and he simply drives off without a word.
Open the door. What happened? Tim, wait. What are you doing? Tim! Tim, wait! Tim!
ToTheArk responds 2 weeks after this with an entry called Display. We open on a familiar water theme, leading back to the flood imagery ToTheArk loves to use in their earlier videos. The messages we get in this upload are as follows. Remember, you abandoned him, I saw. He is searching. Alex is searching for you. Watch death. We also get images of the tunnel that we were just at with some sneaky footage of Jessica overlaid, possibly hinting at where she could be. Lastly, we have clips of somebody walking towards the camera who was likely Hoodie, and a description reading, Eyes See, keeping up with the eye motif of our possible third ToTheArk member. Jay tweets that he's gotten no word from Tim on Halloween of 2012, and then gives us our next update half a month later on November 19th when he uploads entry 65. We can immediately recognize this footage as Tim's POV from his GoPro from entry 64. It appears that his camera was acting up the whole time, but they just didn't know it. Once Tim had told Jay to run, his coughing fit worsens until he's transported underwater. This could be metaphorical for all the great flood talk that ToTheArk was putting forth, but it seems like the operator is just transporting Tim around randomly against his will, so I'm guessing this isn't anything intentional.
Jay! Jay!
With some creative transitions, Tim teleports from trail to trail, going in and out of seizures. He appears in a parking lot, coughing up blood, back underwater, drowning, getting dragged through the dirt, hanging high up in trees before falling back to the ground. He eventually finds himself somewhere unique, which is a spot-lit dark void, with the body of the man that Alex killed in entry 49, who lays lifeless on the ground covered in blood. Perhaps this place, wherever it is where the operator takes Alex's victim. By himself, Tim drives all the way back to the abandoned hospital, where I'm beginning to suspect he was a patient of when he was a child. In the hospital, he begins to ramble like he's completely unaware of the situation.
Let me out.
He begs to be let out, trying to climb the walls, cowering in fear from something that only he can see. All of his symptoms are extremely reminiscent of a schizophrenic episode, and it is likely the type of behavior that he would exhibit if he was kept in this hospital as a child, especially when he would have hallucinations. Continuing to panic, Tim starts to take his pills. After the first two, he dumps the rest of the bottle into his hand and potentially tries to induce an overdose. He continues to limp around the hospital, and he finds the room that was painted by Hoodie back in entry 60. He reads the message on the wall, and he picks up a pipe and tries to smash the words "he's a liar" off of the wall. Some point after his episode ends, we cut to black and we hear a voicemail that Tim left Jay some point after entry 64, looking to meet again.
You have one unheard message sent today at 3:44 a.m.
I know you're probably asleep right now, but it's me. I need you to meet me as soon as you get this.
The picture comes back and we see Tim and Jay linking up once again. Tim hands over his GoPro and he says that Jay can use the footage. He then says that the two of them need to return to the hospital after he checks with his boss to see whether or not he still has a job. Jay tweets on December 21st that Tim does in fact still have a job, but he's saving up money so he can likely quit. He also tweets on the 29th that he's been getting nightmares again and he's starting to have some trouble sleeping. ToTheArk uploads a new video called Surveillance on New Year's Eve, primarily focusing on a TV in the woods with Hoodie appearing several times in the background. Many clips from the old entries are superimposed on the TV, as well as the words "See Now," and some images of Jessica before the TV is smashed. We are then left with a code at the end, in which Jay gets very involved with solving on Twitter. I imagine the fans couldn't crack it, so Troy had to get involved to make sure that everybody could solve it before finally giving us the last hidden message. The message says, "Truly your fault. She's out there. I am watching." On another new year, Jay tweets on January 11th, 2013 that he and Tim are planning to go back to the abandoned hospital soon, and we get the corresponding entry 66 on January 21st. Opening up in the hospital, Tim takes Jay to the spot that he calls his old room. He admits that he used to be a patient at this hospital when he was very young, and was diagnosed with schizophrenia as well as a plethora of other disorders.
Well, one of the problems I was having was hallucinations. I had a lot of them. And part of me knew they weren't real, but that still didn't make them go away. Or maybe I just didn't want them to at the time. At one point they got so bad I kept escaping from my room. I'd hide in the maintenance tunnel or run off to Rosswood Park, which isn't that far away from here. And whenever they would find me, I would say that I was hiding from whatever it was I was seeing, so they'd bring me back, and I didn't have much of a choice except to lock me in here. That's when it was at its worst. I'd be clawing at the walls and screaming at all hours of the night. I had to up my dosage just to calm me down, to the point where I was almost numb.
But these hallucinations, what do they look like?
Well, that's the thing, I can't remember any of them. Probably because of the medication. It didn't cure me exactly, but it kind of leveled me out enough that I was able to go to a normal school. I got transferred to another facility, got into college. That's where I met Brian, the first real friend I remember having.
That's where you met Alex too, right?
Yeah. When I saw that footage that you got from him, and that person in the background or whatever it was, I couldn't help but think, what if that's what I was seeing when I was in here? What if that wasn't a hallucination at all?
Wait, what are you trying to say?
I'm saying, what if this is my fault? Alex could be a normal person, you could be living a normal life, so could Jessica, so could everybody else if it wasn't for me. I have no way of knowing that for sure. That's always going to be in the back of my mind. How am I supposed to handle that?
I don't think shifting the blame is really going to help anyone right now.
I blamed everybody else except for me, and I could be the one that started this.
I think you just need to relax, because all the stress is probably making you really paranoid.
Well, what if I'm right? What if what happened to me is happening to Alex right now?
I don't know. But I do know that you're not like him. Not entirely, anyway.
He's not running around in the woods with a mask on at night.
No, but you're not pointing a gun at me right now either.
He talks about excessive hallucinations that got worse despite all of the medication, and how sometimes he would hide in the maintenance tunnel or Rosswood Park to get away from them. The doctors would increase his dosage to numb him and calm him down as a response to his episodes. After a while of treatment, though, it seems that he began to stabilize again, and enough so to live a normal life until he got to college, where he met his first good friend, Brian. It turns out that this is also where he met Alex. Tim also explains that the figure he sees in the Marble Hornets entries, the operator, maybe was what he was seeing when he was a child. Maybe it wasn't a hallucination after all. On top of this, remember, Tim didn't meet Alex until college, and he's been plagued by what he thought was hallucinations ever since he was a child. This means that Alex wasn't the one who brought the operator into everybody's life. Maybe it was Tim. Maybe he's the one that started this, and maybe this was all his fault. Both Jay and Tim reconcile with this development, and they decide to press on and search for more paperwork in the hospital. As they search around, they hear some noises and they spot Hoodie wandering the hallways. Jay and Tim begin to follow Hoodie, and Tim picks up a wrench as a weapon. They see Hoodie plant a brand new tape on the ground for somebody to find, and then head off to the woods where they lose track of him. On February 15, 2013, Jay successfully gets the tape that Hoodie left behind cleaned up, and he uploads it as Entry 67. In Entry 67, we see the aftermath of Entry 65, where Tim passes out after his schizophrenic episode. In this entry, we see that Hoodie is dragging Tim's body out of the hospital after he went unconscious, beating the message off the walls. Moments later, after walking around the hospital, Hoodie narrowly misses running into Alex, who has come equipped with a gun once again. Hoodie follows Alex around for a while. However, Tim wakes up with one of his coughing fits and gives away his position to Alex. To save him, Hoodie sneaks up behind Alex and knocks him out using the same pipe that Tim was using in Entry 65. The camera cuts, showing that Hoodie has tied Alex to a chair. The audio is cut out from this portion, but you can see that Alex is furious. Tim finishes waking up and he immediately begins to beat Alex, screaming the whole time. Once Tim has had his fill, Hoodie lifts the gun off of Alex, who is still restrained, and is ready to shoot him until the operator peers into the room and saves Alex once again. To me, this seems like concrete proof that the operator is the one that stepped in to save Alex in Entry 45. ToTheArk is scared of the operator, not working with it at all. This still does raise a question to me about how ToTheArk seems to sometimes use supernatural influence on Jay multiple times throughout the series, but we could talk more about that later. After escaping the operator, it seems like Hoodie leaves a tape behind for Jay to find, maybe hoping they would get closer to finding Alex and leading him to the Ark. In Entry 67.5, we get an update on Tim and Jay's situation as they pack up in the middle of the night and get prepared to move locations again. After seeing how close Alex is to finding them in Entry 67, they need to be more careful about concealing their position. The Marble Hornets YouTube account is hacked once again, and a video titled 68 is uploaded on March 10, 2013. Jay sees this and he relabels it as an official entry number 68. We get to see some footage that is being recorded by Hoodie. He enters an abandoned building that is somewhere nearby the hospital that he seems to have made his home, complete with a small bed and some water bottles. As he paces around the building, he is suddenly ambushed by a bruised up Alex who has escaped his restraints.
Where did they go? Where are Jay and Tim? Wipe that stupid smile off your face.
He demands to know where Tim and Jay went, and he tells Hoodie to wipe that stupid smile off of his face, meaning that Alex knows the identity of Hoodie if he hadn't known already. Hoodie fights back and manages to break free and escape. Alex yells after him saying that he will find him again, and some distorted text takes over the screen replying, "You will not." Hoodie runs back to the hospital and he takes shelter in the maintenance tunnel, and he puts a message across the screen that says, "You are afraid, I am not." Someone, either Alex or Jay, most likely Alex, is seen jumping down the tunnel as well as Hoodie dims the light to hide. The sentence, "You are trapped," is shown shortly, briefly flipping to "We are trapped" before the entry ends. On Alex's birthday again, April 4th, 2013, ToTheArk uploads a video called Decline. We get a really sincere, heartfelt poem that reads out, "Everything is normal, everything is fine. I worry about nothing because nothing's on my mind," with a description that reads, "Can you see any truth at all?" At the end, there are some encoded numbers that read out, "He will pay," overlaid on some bloody footage of Alex from Entry 14, as well as a spectrogram code that reads out, "Have you made me a liar, or is he gone?" With no new leads, Jay and Tim return to the original Marble Hornets sets looking for any clues to pursue. As they explore the woods, they begin to trip on a bunch of holes in the dirt, and Jay keeps on thinking that he sees movement in the woods. They arrive back at the Red Tower, and Jay claims that he saw somebody outside while Tim climbs up a ladder. Tim swears that he didn't see anybody, and Jay questions if he's seeing things. They rewind the footage, and they see that there actually was nobody there. As they get back to the car, Jay trips on one of the dirt holes that I mentioned earlier, only to find that there's a burned tape inside of them. It's all melted, and it appears that this might have been the site where Alex went to burn all of his old footage. Entry 70 was uploaded on April 28, 2013, and it contains more of Alex's old Marble Hornets raw footage. We see Alex driving down a road late at night when he gets a call from Amy.
Hey. It was fine. How was your day? Yeah. Oh, I forgot to tell you this the other day. I found out that one of the guys in the movie is actually from that area around your school.
Really?
Yeah, it's someone that got to play one of the smaller parts. We were talking about filming locations and he mentioned a few up there that you might know of. Yeah. When I found out, I told him, "That's weird. Amy is actually going to school there." Basically just good luck not being bored. I'm gonna come visit you soon, okay? Yeah, and while I'm up there, we might actually film a few things for Marble Hornets. Actually, I've been thinking, I might try to transfer there after I'm done shooting all of this. Yeah, I mean, the film program up there is better than the one I'm at now, so, I mean, well, that's what I've heard at least. Also, I just don't like being this far away from you. Anyway, I'm really tired from shooting today, so I'm just gonna go to bed. Yeah, I got back a few minutes ago. No, I'm at home. My reception gets a little spotty out here sometimes, so maybe you're hearing static or something. Yeah, like I said though, I'm just gonna go to bed, okay? I'll talk to you later. Alright, bye.
Although he doesn't say which one, he mentions that somebody who gets to play one of the smaller parts in his movie is actually from the area around her school, and Alex is considering transferring to her school to get closer. This all must take place before Alex went to school out of town. He lies to her again though, and he says that he's home and he's going to be going to bed in a second, but then he arrives at his destination at the park. By the looks of it, this is the same park as Entry 4, which we got to view 4 years ago. The operator appears and Alex yells out asking it what it wants, showing that at this time, the operator is still a brand new phenomenon in his life. Being that he's still in school at this time, it's likely that this is around the time that he got in contact with Tim and the operator just began to fixate on Alex. Jay manages to get another one of the burn tapes working, and he uploads it as Entry 71 on May 15th. This time, we are in Alex's apartment as he prepares to move out. He shoves a box of old tapes into his closet, and Jay shows up to help him move out. After 35 minutes of packing, Jay convinces Alex to let him take some of the tapes that Alex has stored in the attic.
Look, I don't want to talk about this again, alright?
I'm sure it's not that bad.
Jay, I'm not kidding. Don't ever bring this up around me again.
Okay.
I'll see you around.
Bye.
Alex warns Jay never to bring up this stuff again and watches him leave the tapes. Remember, these tapes that Jay is leaving with are the ones from the attic. They are not the ones that Alex just threw in his closet. This means that Alex hand-selected which tapes to give to Jay, and he did not include all of the footage that he had. After a couple moments of contemplation, Alex decides not to take the risk and he runs outside after Jay and attacks him in the yard. We then see that Jay is lying unconscious in the woods where Alex must have dumped him after the attack. Once again, Alex leads somebody out to the operator and he leaves them for dead. We've now seen this happen with Tim, Brian, and Jay, and we can assume that this also happened with Sarah and Seth if we look back at Entry 22 when he lists everybody who is gone. Clearly, this doesn't always lead to somebody's death though, seeing as Jay and Tim are both still alive after being attacked by Alex. But it is unclear of the fates of Brian, Seth, Sarah, and let alone Amy and Jessica as well. By this point, this incident happened 7 years ago, but Jay doesn't remember it playing out like this at all. All he remembers is being handed the tapes. He remembers nothing of being attacked. On June 4th, Jay tweets that he and Tim have been looking for something, and they might have finally found a clue as to where it is. Entry 72 goes live on June 9th, and it starts with Jay and Tim showing up at Alex's old house in broad daylight, which is now up for rent. Inside, it is completely bare with no renters. They look around a bit and they find nothing on the main floors, including the closet that we saw Alex stow the tapes in, except for a few more of Alex's paranoia drawings. These drawings being here signals that Alex might have returned to the house recently, especially since he would have gone on the run now that ToTheArk knows his address, and that he's shown his hand in wanting to kill Jay and Tim. Jay claims to spot the operator outside in the tall grass, and the two of them take cover. Once again, Tim sees nobody, and it seems that Jay has officially started to hallucinate. They deposit the drawings in a bag in the back of Tim's car, and Tim specifies to use the top pocket of the bag for some reason, and they grab out a set of flashlights and they go to inspect the basement. As they struggle with the door, Jay sets the camera down to face the window, and we see that the operator is in fact standing outside, so maybe Jay isn't so crazy after all. They walk into the basement to find that it is empty as well. However, looking outside the basement window, the two of them learn that it has somehow become the middle of the night in the time it took them to go down the stairs.
Come on, we gotta get out of here. We gotta get out of here now. Let's go. Let's go.
Here, take the camera. Come on. Out this way. Come on, hurry up. Jay? Jay? Jay! No. No, Jay. Stay with me. Stay with me. Come on.
They turn to the stairs to run back to the car, but the operator is now inside the house blocking them. They go out the other way, out a back door in the basement, and they sprint out into the yard. Tim jumps over a fence and Jay passes the camera off to him. Running across the field, Tim soon realizes that Jay is no longer with him, and he begins to search for him as the coughing fit begins to take over again. He takes a couple of pills and starts backtracking to find Jay. Back at the house, Tim finds Jay unresponsive on the ground, having a seizure as the operator stands over him. Tim approaches the operator and collapses in front of it. He seems to yell at it and try to fight its influence until the operator eventually vanishes. Jay comes to, and Tim assists him to the car so they can both escape. On Twitter, Tim takes over the account for a bit while Jay recovers on July 1st, 2013. Entry 73 goes up 9 days later, but I want to note that entry is spelled with a lowercase e. So the person posted this might not be Jay. We are back in Hoodie's squatting location after his run-in with Alex, and we see that Alex has trashed or stolen what little he had. Hoodie reaches into a hidden stash that he keeps a pistol in, and he heads back out. A quick coughing fit from Hoodie reveals that he too seems affected by the sickness of the characters develop after prolonged exposure to the operator. He reveals that he has his own supply of medication, which is likely stolen from Tim, but now he's running low and he's going to be needing some more. Because of this, later that night, he wanders through a neighborhood and he returns back to Tim's house to steal more pills. As he does, he locates a hidden tape, but he puts it back where he found it, making sure to film its location. He hears another person inside, at first believing it to be Tim, but this person turns out to actually be Alex, who seems to be hiding in Tim's attic and waiting for Tim to come home for an ambush. On Twitter, Tim admits that he and Jay had nothing to do with the upload of entry 73, which means that it was uploaded by Hoodie. This is weird though, because it means that Hoodie would have taken the time to properly label the video before uploading it, which means that he kind of sees himself as part of the investigation. Alex is the threat now, and he's a common enemy for all involved parties. Entry 74 goes up on August 1st and it shows Tim buying some snacks at a convenience store before returning to Jay's most recent hiding spot. He finds Jay wandering around outside his motel, seemingly confused and disoriented as to where he is, so Tim shuffles him back inside. Jay reveals that he doesn't remember much about what happened at Alex's old house past going down to the basement, and Tim says that this is the most coherent that he's been in days. He gives more details, saying that he's been splitting his medication with Jay, and it's likely why he's regained his composure, and why Tim was able to stand face to face with the operator for as long as he did. Tim also shares the news about Alex hiding in his attic, and he suggests that they should go confront him, only being prepared this time. ToTheArk uploads on August 12th, this upload containing an offsetting cartoon character in the corner who asks, "Who are the liars? Are you one of them? Are you both of them?" And then he reminds us to remember to look behind you, while showing footage of Alex attacking Hoodie. The cartoon then screams while some coded numbers reveal the message, "Never cured, never, never trust," likely referring to Jay's infliction with the same sickness that all ToTheArk members suffer from. Speaking of which, this upload was likely done by Hoodie. However, considering the fact that Hoodie has access to the Marble Hornets YouTube channel, and his last upload was done so in the same style as the other Marble Hornets entries, it's a bit strange for him to mix it up now and make a video that is so involved. The cartoon character, the sound effects, the same disjointed editing style we've come to expect from ToTheArk, and the large amount of red present in the frame. Whoever is making these clearly has some experience with video editing. Maybe this could be the third ToTheArk member once again, warning everybody to watch your backs around Alex. Entry 75 is posted on August 23rd, 2013. It starts with Tim picking up Jay from a doctor of some form who agrees to take him as a patient. Tim has also begun slicking his hair back in preparation for the confrontation with Alex, and you know what? I am all for it, man. The two of them arrive back at Tim's house and they sneak in through the backyard. Once again, Tim finds the ladder to his attic is already down, but he finds no Alex inside the house. Up in the attic, they find a makeshift bed and a photograph of Amy underneath the pillow, likely where Alex was hiding out. On the back of the photo is a note from Hoodie claiming to have Alex at a given address. He must have returned to Tim's house to continue the plan of revenge and beat Tim and Jay to getting there. Signs of a struggle are seen in the living room, and this confirms their suspicion. Next, they go looking for the tape that Hoodie found in entry 73, but Tim says that it's gone. Although Tim says this, Jay notices, however, that there is a tape-shaped imprint in the pocket of Tim's jeans. and he knows that Tim is withholding a tape from him. The second Tim turns his back, Jay snaps and attacks Tim, trying to get the tape from his pocket. He succeeds in grabbing it, and he demands to know what's on the tape. Tim gives a half-assed answer though, saying that it's important, but it'll ruin everything that they've been working towards if Jay watches it too early. Hearing this, Jay knows that he can't trust Tim, and he takes off, leaving him behind. He starts coughing as he runs, as his condition now seems worse than ever, worse than Tim, who has been slowly recovering for the last few entries. Although he was a bit manic in entry 75, Jay still seems to have a little bit of trust left for Tim, and he tweets that he might still not watch the tape on September 3rd, 2013. On September 12th, though, he gives in and he watches the tape, which seems to do a number on his well-being, stating, "Things aren't good right now, need to sleep," uploading entry 76 later tonight. In entry 76, we see the contents of this tape. A figure is creeping on the outskirts of the hotel that Jay and Jessica found themselves in during season 2. Next thing we see is Tim, back in his masky persona, carrying an unconscious Jessica down the stairwell, and we realize that Hoodie must be the one holding the camera. This reveals where Jessica went after going missing, but why are they taking Jessica? If you remember the night that Jay and Jessica decided to abandon the hotel in season 2, Jay uploaded the events in 2 parts, entry 32 and 33. Assuming that Alex saw entry 32 as soon as it uploaded while closely tracking Jay's location, he would know that he had to strike that night before they moved again. Masky and Hoodie, who are looking to stop Alex's murders, likely went there to try and save Jay and Jessica, and get them out of the hotel before Alex showed up. Masky deposits Jessica in the woods, and he limps away back into the hotel because his leg would have still been injured at this time. We can also assume that he's going back inside the hotel to try and collect Jay, like we saw in entry 33. Jessica wakes up and Hoodie shushes her. Suddenly, Alex does in fact show up, and he walks into the woods with a gun drawn and tells Hoodie to step away from Jessica. Hoodie takes off running, dropping the camera in the process, and Alex fires 3 shots after him, none of which seem to connect. Alex reintroduces himself as Amy's boyfriend to Jessica, and she claims to remember Amy, but not him. He tells her to follow him, and they work their way deeper into the woods. Alex plays ignorant and asks her why she's at the hotel, but Jessica claims that she can't remember where she lives. As they keep walking, they end up at Rosswood Tunnel, and Alex tells her to go on ahead and he'll catch up with her on the other side.
What are you doing?
It's all Jay's fault, Jessica. I'm sorry.
No, Alex, stop!
It has to be done.
Stop!
Jessica.
No, shut up! Stay right there!
As she turns, Alex points the gun at her, ready to kill her and saying that it's all Jay's fault. He hesitates for a moment though, and Jessica is able to rush him and knock the gun from his hand and pick it up herself. As she holds him there, Hoodie returns and emerges from the far side of the tunnel. He runs past Jessica and straight towards Alex, the same way that Tim ignored Jay in favor of attacking Alex back in entry 36. While the two of them fight, Jessica runs fully through the tunnel and the camera distortion begins to amplify. This is our first time getting a clean look at the far side of the tunnel, and Jessica soon spots the operator in the woods. Thinking that it's somebody who can help her, she approaches the operator and the camera is overrun with static. We get a quick shot of Alex reclaiming his gun before the camera cuts to a new shot of Jessica, unresponsive on the side of the road the next day. The camera distorts one last time with images of the operator and Jessica vanishes. The last part of this entry is Masky, hobbling back into frame, removing his mask, and leaving Tim alone and confused on the side of the road. On October 13th, Jay tries to get in contact with Tim, tweeting, "Tim, if you can see this, we need to talk." ToTheArk uploads a new video called File on October 10th. In the video, Tim is called a failure, and we see a reference to a place where, quote, "there is no light," which calls back to entry 35 when Tim finds the unknown man's body in the black void while the operator teleports him around. They say that Tim is distorted, and a hidden message tells Jay to bring a knife. Jay uploads entry 77 on October 16th, and it shows him returning to Tim's house with a knife drawn. Tim is able to disarm Jay and realizes that he also brought zip ties to tie him up. Being an absolute sideburn-wearing stud, though, Tim is able to flip the script and he ties up Jay until they can talk straight. He reveals that he found the tape of him kidnapping Jessica when he and Jay woke up at the shack in entry 62, but he has no idea where Jessica is now. It turns out that the address written on the back of the photograph they found in the attic is nearby Amy's college that Alex transferred to, so Tim takes the camera and he leaves Jay tied up in the house. Entry 78 is uploaded November 1st, 2013, and it begins with Hoodie's POV judging by his gloves and his yellow sleeves. Having seen entry 77, he knows that the house is empty except for Jay, who is tied up, and he walks in confidently. He pulls out a knife from a drawer and he drops it on the ground in front of Jay, as well as the camera he's using. Maybe this is why the To The Ark upload had the message "bring a knife." Maybe it wasn't directed at Jay to bring a knife to confront Tim, but maybe it was directed at Hoodie so that he'd have a way to cut Jay loose. Jay goes down to the same address as Tim and he finds his car parked outside one of the campus buildings of the college. The GoPro that Tim usually wears is still inside the passenger seat and there's no sight of Tim. He finds Hoodie, watching him from a second-story balcony. Jay begins to chase Hoodie and he's able to locate him via his coughing fit.
Hey.
Hoodie picks up a wrench as a last-ditch effort to defend himself, and he does a couple dummy swings at Jay to get away. Once Hoodie is gone, though, Jay spots Tim back outside equipping his GoPro and walking into another building. He follows Tim inside, and he manages to find a collage of photos of Alex and a note left by Hoodie reading "Benedict Hall, find Alex, find the Ark." Although Benedict Hall is locked, Jay starts to stake it out and wait for an opportunity to get inside. The next upload from To The Ark is called Quadrant. And may I just say that this might be the first time in a long time that we get some seriously overdue confirmations. My first reaction before I even go into the footage is, who made this video? Surely Hoodie isn't running around and editing this video at the same time off of his laptop? And from the last entry, we saw that Tim is perfectly sane and not undergoing his masky persona. So this must be our third To The Ark member since everybody else is occupied. There's nobody else who could have been making this video. Although yes, it is possible that there could be delays between when these events happen versus when the upload went live, but there's a message in this one that hits you over the head. It says, "Who am I? Am I the third?" Combining the final coded message with the series of figures posted on the Marble Hornets Twitter at the same time, we can also get the words, "I cannot help." This third person is giving instructions, and they seem to have been taking a background role this entire time to help To The Ark achieve their goal with instructions and information. Entry 80 picks up with Jay seeing Tim run outside of Benedict Hall and him following to investigate himself. Once inside the building, he wanders around for any clues to find the reason for why Tim took off running. Without much looking, he finds the reason and he sees that Alex is inside. And this time, Alex doesn't hesitate.
Alex? Alex?
He shoots Jay straight in the torso on sight. Jay recoils and he manages to barricade himself behind a door as he coughs and bleeds. The camera starts to act up again until the operator appears and visibly reaches out to grab Jay. Jay vanishes, and the camera is left on the floor where Alex picks it up, revealing Jay's bloody handprint on the ground. Next, we cut to Tim's POV, who has just returned to Benedict Hall to find Jay's blood. He starts looking around for Jay, only to find Hoodie spying on him once again before slipping away. The year turns over once again, and Tim is the one who uploads entry 81 on January 9th, 2014. The footage begins when Tim arrived at the school, before Jay was able to follow him there. We see Tim discover his way into Benedict Hall via a maintenance shaft and a manhole, only to discover that Alex has gotten inside first. Seeing Alex, his cough begins to return and he runs out the front door fearing for his life. This is the point where Jay would be seeing Tim running outside of the building, prompting him to go back inside. Back at his car, Tim is unable to find his medication in time, so he starts to black out as he hears a gunshot in the distance, which would be the one that hits Jay. When he comes to hours later, he returns and we link up with the ending of entry 80. Tim is low on medicine now, and he feels himself slipping back to his old self. He explores around campus and he finds Jay's car and laptop inside. On the laptop, he discovers the following footage from the day that Jay returned to Tim's house armed with a knife. It turns out that before that confrontation, Jay was back at Rosswood Park alone. He returned to Rosswood Tunnel, daring to see the other side. He begins walking through and he comes out the other side surprisingly unscathed. Things seem normal at first until the operator makes an appearance briefly before vanishing. Jay gives Tim a phone call and he explains that he accidentally found the red shack that the two of them woke up in.
Tim, it's me. I watched the tape I took from you. And now I'm at Rosswood trying to retrace Alex and Jessica's steps. I crossed through that tunnel, but now I'm at that shack that we woke up at before. But that layout is wrong. It's completely wrong. We've never been on the other side of that tunnel, and when we left here, I know we didn't cross back through it. Rosswood has either shifted around, or I'm starting to lose it. I don't know, maybe both. Listen, just call me as soon as you get this. I'm sorry. I know why you kept that tape for me, and we're not going to get anywhere like this working solo. So I'm going to come over at some point tomorrow, and we'll figure out what to do next.
But the layout is all wrong. He says that almost as if Rosswood Park has been changing shape, they'd never crossed through that tunnel before to escape. Things aren't right. Jay apologizes for watching the tape that Tim stole, and he admits that he's getting sick in the same way that Tim does. Before he can leave, Jay suffers a full-on seizure and the operator appears to watch. Tim's last note in the video is that he doesn't recall ever receiving that voicemail, and that Jay's condition was far worse than he ever thought, and it's likely what caused him to approach Tim so aggressively later that day. After this, ToTheArk would go and upload its final video, titled Null, on February 20th, 2014. ToTheArk writes, "It is silent. Who is left to hear the secret? Do you know? I have for years. Ark awaits. What do you see? What will you see? Regards." Which is a nice callback to the title of their first upload years ago. With Jay missing, Tim might truly be alone now, and ToTheArk is trying to persuade him to come back to them. As for secrets, we are unsure of what this means. However, who could this ToTheArk member's real identity be if they have secrets to share about Tim or Jay? Entry 83 starts with Tim exploring the university and finding the setup that Jay had been using to watch Benedict Hall from afar. Tim continues to walk around until a coughing fit takes over again and he collapses. As this is happening, Hoodie comes out of hiding and taunts him with a deal. He's holding Tim's pills in one hand and the masky mask in the other. Hoodie drops the mask on the ground in front of Tim, but Tim rejects it. The operator then appears behind Hoodie, prompting them both to start running away before teleportation begins to happen again. The two of them begin fighting, and Tim manages to actually unmask Hoodie, only for his face to be blocked by camera static. Tim steps back, astonished, because it appears that he knows who this person is. Tim is then transported to a few more places before winding up back home, where he finds his mirror with a new message written on it. Your fault. His floor is covered with drawings just like Alex's, and he finds Jay's lifeless body having bled out in the corner. Who set up this whole display, and who wrote on the mirror? Tim, Alex, and Hoodie were all at the university, so this must be the work of our mysterious third ToTheArk member, if this is all even real to begin with. It turns out that Hoodie was also transported to the house as well, and Tim wastes no time getting back up to chase him. They teleport back to the hospital where we get a third-person point of view from an upstairs window watching the twins fight. Somebody is watching this whole thing unfold. One final teleportation later, and the twins find themselves back upstairs in the university building. However, Hoodie was unlucky. The way he was teleported, he is now helplessly dangling from the balcony that he was first spotted spying on Jay in entry 79. He slips and he falls, landing unresponsive a story down. Tim runs back downstairs and steals back the medication off of Hoodie's body, and he removes a tape from his pocket as well before he tries to unmask Hoodie once again, only for the operator to show up and chase him away. So every single time we're about to get any kind of answers, this giant suit-wearing son of a shows up to ruin it. As Tim runs, the camera begins to distort and it shows all kinds of clips of Masky and Hoodie until Tim appears under the dark, void street lamp where we saw the body of the unknown man that Alex murdered back in entry 65. Only this time, Hoodie is seen lying there. Where is this location, and why do we always return here when the operator takes a new victim? In the end, Tim is transported back to a random field where he wakes up. The camera is stuck with some permanent distortion, and the entry ends there. After this, Tim returns to his house, using Jay's camera since the GoPro seems completely fried, and finds that the house is exactly how Jay and Hoodie left it. Maybe what he saw in the last entry with Jay's body in the pages was all some kind of a hallucination. The next thing he does is he shows us the contents of the tape that he found in Hoodie's pocket. Alex Grayle's Marble Hornets, audition day 1, is the first thing that we see written on a whiteboard. A younger, clean-shaven Alex sets up his audition camera and he sits around waiting for anybody to show up. Just as he's about to leave, Brian shows up to try out for the part in the film. I want to note something very important here. Brian is wearing the same yellow hoodie that we've been seeing Hoodie wearing for the whole series. That's right. Our second ToTheArk member was also a member of the original Marble Hornets cast. After getting involved with Alex and Tim in college, the operator must have started impacting Brian as well, leading to his mental deterioration and joining ToTheArk to get revenge. In this entry, Brian does his audition and he calls out to his buddy, Tim, before they leave. This is the first moment that Alex and Tim actually meet. Alex asks Tim if he would like to audition as well, not realizing what he's exposing himself to in the long term. Tim agrees, and Alex plans on giving them both the parts considering they're the only people that actually tried out. Later that day, Alex goes out to shoot some B-roll, experiencing his camera glitching for the very first time. The operator has a new victim. Tim closes out the entry by saying that there would be at least 3 people still alive if it weren't for Alex, and taunting Alex by admitting that he'll stay in one location so long as they can meet. On May 14, 2014, Tim uploads entry 85 where we see him cleaning up his house from Hoodie's vandalism, who we now know was actually Brian. He cranks some sick tunes on a banjo and he seems to wait in his house for weeks for signs of Alex. He laments about how he's undeserving of being the last one alive, clearly showing some kind of signs of survivor's guilt. Tim decides that it's safer for him to live out in his car and watch his house from the road, and continuing to do so for some time until one night he actually does spot Alex sneaking into his house. Tim follows him inside and he sees Alex pouring kerosene all around the house.
Stop playing your games. Come out. This is what you wanted, right? It's me and you. Here I am. Where are you hiding? You in the attic? That's fine. This is all your fault. I thought it was me, but you're the source. You're the reason any of this happened. Everyone is gone because of you! You left Jay! And you left Brian! Everything that has happened is your fault! And it's not gonna end until you're dead! So I'll tell you what. If you don't do the right thing and burn to death, you come and find me. We'll sell this. You know where I'll be.
Alex says that he now understands that Tim was the source of everything, not him, referring to the operator's patient zero, if you would, and that everybody's deaths are on his hands. Alex walks back outside, and we see him light the kerosene, setting the house ablaze. I think that this was actually being foreshadowed all the way back in entry 50 when Jay finds a lighter inside of Alex's desk. Tim makes it out alive, and he watches a news story about his house burning to the ground. Of course, this is very similar to the fire that was set to Jay's house in entry 25, which we had assumed to be ToTheArk. Although this was earlier in the series before ToTheArk and Jay's relationship became mutually beneficial, we've never actually seen ToTheArk outright try to kill Jay. Normally, kidnapping is more of their style. So could it be that this was actually an early attempt at Alex trying to kill Jay before? It's a bit hard to say considering we get our first updated glimpse of Alex in the following entry, entry 26, when he and Amy are attacked. So Alex would have had to have returned to town, burnt the house down, and then come back home to Amy and acted like everything was okay before the operator returned. Maybe his attempt to kill Jay that night is what brought the operator back into his life, and maybe he's the one that brought it all back upon himself. Tim realizes that things won't end until he and Alex confront each other face to face, and when he returns to Benedict Hall, he finds himself only to get transported back to the hospital when he tries to take the maintenance tunnel. He arms himself with Jay's knife and he begins to wander the hallways of the hospital. As he does, a gunshot narrowly misses him from somewhere down the hall. A second shot also misses, and Tim tries to run only for the third shot to strike him in the leg. So once again, Alex loves going for Tim's legs. Soon after this, the operator appears and it transports Tim and Alex back to Rosswood Tunnel, where Alex continues trying to shoot Tim.
Stop. Everyone else is gone. You're the only one that's left. All you have to do is give up. Then I can stop this disease from spreading to them. You're the one that brought this here. You're the reason it came for us. If I hadn't have done something, it could have spread to even more people. This can finally be over.
Tim escapes into the nearby woods, and we hear Alex claim that he's trying to stop this, quote, disease from spreading to anybody else. Claims that if he didn't start killing those who were affected, it would keep spreading to others and it would spread the same way it spread to him. As he monologues, Tim sneaks up behind him and manages to stab him in the back with a pocket knife. They are both transported back to the abandoned house from entry 35, where Alex accidentally expends the last of his ammunition trying to get Tim off of him. The two begin to fight on the floor while the operator watches. Alex gains the upper hand and he begins to beat Tim before they are transported back to the hospital again.
I know what it's like. I can help you. I've had to live with this my entire life. But I've learned how to block it out. I can show you how. If you kill me, then what's gonna happen, huh? What's gonna happen to you then? You'll just be a shell of a person just like Brian.
I know exactly what happened to Brian. You killed him, and he died here slowly because of you. How's it feeling to be like one of your friends?
Tim then warps to a new room where Brian lays dead and unmasked in front of him. Alex enters the frame and he says that Tim is the reason that Brian died. Tim takes more pills and he tries to block out the operator, and he says that there could be hundreds of other people infected with the operator's sickness. This doesn't dissuade Alex though, and he tries to strangle Tim again.
You're just feeding it. Shut up. You killed Amy. You feel like you're in control now. You missed something. You see how it spreads. If there's someone left, you have to kill them. And yourself.
Tim tries to distract Alex by asking him if he felt in control when he killed Amy, before he stabs Alex in the neck, ending the fight for good. This is our first update about Amy in a while from somebody other than Alex, and I'm kind of inclined to believe him. Last time I heard Alex talk about Amy was back in entry 44 when he lied about getting in contact with her. So I personally believe that Alex killed her and then moved on to hunt down the rest of the group. As Alex lays bleeding out, he says that this doesn't end things and that Tim needs to kill the others and then himself if he wants everything to truly stop. Alex then vanishes as the operator takes him, just like it did with the others, and Tim passes out. And finally, on June 26, 2014, Tim uploaded our last and final Marble Hornets entry, entry 87. He drives to a parking lot and opens his bag in the trunk, finally revealing why all the way back in entry 72, he insisted that Jay put the pages that they found in the top pocket of his bag. He keeps his masky mask in the side pocket, and he was likely carrying it with him throughout most of the series and knew that Jay would get upset if he found it. He removes the mask and throws it away in a dumpster and turns the camera to show that he's actually in the parking lot at the same medical clinic that he took Jay to in entry 75. Jessica comes out of the clinic telling Tim that they've put her on a new prescription. It seems that Jessica survived the events of entry 76 and was able to get in contact with Tim to receive help for the operator sickness that she almost certainly has now. She inquires about Jay's camera that Tim is holding, and Tim says that Jay moved far away to get over everything that happened to him. Tim begins to cough though as they talk, pointing out that he's also going to be moving away from this area, but the coughing begins to get worse and worse until Tim is driving. The camera cuts and we don't actually get to see what happened with the rest of that conversation, but we are now with Tim on the dashboard of his car, just like how the series began. He slows down and flips the camera out towards the road, showing that he stopped at an intersection, and all he needs to do is pick a direction to go. He leaves us with one last message, somewhat reminiscent of the one that we got in the ToTheArk upload called Decline. He says, "Everything is fine." Alright, it took a while, I need to stand up and stretch, but that was the end of Marble Hornets. Started from the Something Awful forum post back in 2009, we received a 5-year-long series that established its own unique lore about the Slenderman mythos, gave us tons of headache-inducing puzzles, convoluted storylines, and honestly some really good moments of interpersonal drama. Of course, this is just like an ARG created by a bunch of friends who wrote far beyond what the source material provided, so there's a couple areas that are rough around the edges, but if you review the timeline with the information that we learned in Season 3, things become a lot more clear. So in the spirit of that, I'm going to take some time to quickly, and I mean quickly, run back through the entire series in its true chronology and summarize things, and conclude with some ending theories that we are left off with at the end. So, to put it briefly, the entire series of Marble Hornets. As a child, Tim begins suffering from a mental deterioration and is checked into a hospital where he develops severe symptoms of schizophrenia and he starts hallucinating. One of his hallucinations turn out to be more than real though, as the operator marks him as one of his first victims in the entire series. Heavy medication eventually leveled out Tim enough to go to normal school, and in college he met his first good friend whose name is Brian. Alex Crayley coincidentally was a film student at the same school, holding open auditions, and was also a mutual friend of Brian, and he invited Brian to come audition. At the audition, Tim accompanies Brian and he meets Alex for the first time, where he also agrees to audition for a part. Being exposed to Tim, the operator then begins to haunt Brian and Alex, singling out Alex as its favorite, and Tim begins to get his life together with the help of his new medication. For the Marble Hornets set, Alex recruits Sarah, Seth, and Jay to assist him in the production as well, but the film falls under due to Alex's increasing paranoia as run-ins with the operator become more and more frequent. At this time, Brian also begins suffering from the operator's sickness as well, calling out sick multiple times for the shoot during the production. At the end of shooting, Jay convinces Alex to hand over the tapes so that the project doesn't go to waste. However, Alex panics and he assaults Jay to offer him up to the operator, who doesn't partake, but alters Jay's memories of the event. Alex then transfers schools to be closer to his girlfriend Amy and leaves town altogether. Years later, Jay reviews the Marble Hornets tapes given by Alex and finds something more to them. He starts the Marble Hornets YouTube channel to document his findings. A new channel titled ToTheArk is created by an anonymous user, and they begin watching the Marble Hornets channel and providing cryptic messages in response to the uploads. At some point around here, Alex is also made aware of the Marble Hornets channel and he starts monitoring it as well. Jay gets back in contact with Tim to try and find Alex, lying about the cause and saying that he wants to finish the film. Tim's memory is very foggy about the production, and he says that Brian would know better, but he hasn't spoken to him in a long time. Behind the scenes here, Brian's life has become completely unmanageable since becoming tethered to the operator, which happened around the time that he started working on the Marble Hornets set with Alex. Back at home, after not hearing from Jay, Tim searches up Marble Hornets to find the channel, and he finds Alex's old footage showcasing his childhood monster, as well as Alex keeping it a secret. Could it be that Alex is the reason that Tim is plagued by this creature, is what he thinks. Tim gives an anonymous tip on Brian's location to Jay, disguising himself with a mask, and he waits to ambush him at the abandoned house. The plan succeeds, but the operator reappears and Jay and Tim are both heavily impacted from this point on. Jay's memory loss begins to worsen, and his operator sickness gains new symptoms. Tim becomes split, having new episodes of his old condition where he redons the mask and he searches for answers about his lifelong affliction while simultaneously trying to live a normal life. At some point off screen, Brian and Tim reunite under the banner of ToTheArk, and they join forces as Masky and Hoodie with the goal of locating Alex and getting revenge on him for exposing them to the operator on the set of Marble Hornets. It's still unclear if Brian was the original creator of ToTheArk, which would explain the use of Brian's house as the next place that Jay is directed to in order to find clues, and would also change the theory of Brian being the one that gave the anonymous hint about the location, and Tim just cracking the code and going there to ambush Jay regardless. Or ToTheArk could have been created by our third member who got in contact with Tim and Brian and started orchestrating this whole thing. Jay's paranoia begins to grow, and he learns that he is showing split personality, sometimes potentially donning a skull mask while going out for hours at a time with unknown goals. To escape it all, he starts to move locations often. Alex sees this worsening condition online, and he connects the dots that the operator has spread to more of his old crewmates. He devises a plan to ambush the source and kill off all of those who are infected to stop the spread. Alex goes out and he burns down Jay's apartment in attempted murder, but Jay narrowly avoids it and decides to quit the channel. Alex's girlfriend Amy finds his old camera on his birthday, and the operator shows up again and attacks both of them. It is never seen if the operator takes Amy or if she is Alex's first victim to stop the spread. Either way, his mission has started and he needs to find Jay after learning that he survived. He texts Jay anonymously and delivers him a tape showing him and Amy getting attacked a few weeks afterwards once he's tracked down Jay. Tim sees the return address on this package in the video, and he plans to ambush Jay again now that he knows about Alex's location. Driving to the return address on the package, Jay finds an abandoned house where Alex is also waiting for him. They reunite, but Tim runs out and tries to kill Alex. He fails, and Alex takes the chance to break Tim's leg before Alex and Jay escape. While Jay is waiting for his next meeting with Alex, Brian begins to stalk him and Alex more actively. Alex catches Brian stalking him at his house one day, and he chases him. This turns out to be a trap, however, and Tim helps Brian ambush Alex where they nearly kill him before the operator shows up to scare them away. Alex needs to speed up his plan, so he tells Jay to bring Jessica, who is Amy's roommate, that also might be infected, where he plans on killing them both. He explores Rosswood Park a lot while he waits, one time becoming overly paranoid about a random person walking the same trail as him and killing him as he might now be infected by the operator, or might be a ToTheArk member. Jay and Jessica eventually show up, and and Alex lures them into a building where he prepares to kill them. Tim turns out to have been following them, and he intervenes to save Jay and Jessica from Alex. They run back to their hotel, where the operator shows up, and they lose all memory of the last 7 months. The two of them slowly become reacquainted, and they realize that they are somehow both involved in the whole mystery. During this time, Alex figures out where they're staying, and he starts moving to kill them both before they can change locations again. Because of this, Maskey and Hoodie attempt to save Jay and Jessica once again, but are caught in the act and are intercepted by Alex. Alex knows that Jessica has no memory, so he reminds her that he is Amy's boyfriend and convinces her to walk with him to Rosswood Tunnel, where he tries to kill her. He fails once again at killing her, and she has a run-in with the operator that results in her disappearance. At this point, Tim returns back to normal for the day, and he decides to seek professional help for his conditions once again. While this is happening, Jay managed to escape the hotel with an archive of footage that he stored in the hotel safe and spent most of 2011 catching up on his lost memory and uncovering more information about how he was tricked by Alex. By the end of Season 2, Jay returns back to town where he finds Tim, who seems to be doing much better after treatment. Brian, however, finds out that Jay is back in town and feels betrayed that Tim seems to be abandoning ToTheArk's mission. Jay uses the same lie about trying to finish the Marble Hornets film in order to get Tim to show him locations and provide information. After all of the treatment, it seems like Tim has no more memory of his antics playing as Maskey, and this all could have been a large manic episode for him. Tim offers Jay some old tapes that he's had lying around because he actually has no player to watch them on. He also takes Jay on a tour of the abandoned hospital that he used to be a patient in, however, he keeps that detail a secret. Jay uploads the tapes that he received from Tim, and we see that Alex made up his mind about killing off the crew members earlier than we anticipated. He attacked both Brian and Tim during the filming of Marble Hornets, and likely also attacked Sarah and Seth as well. Being that Tim remembers nothing of Season 1 or 2, he looks up Marble Hornets on YouTube again and sees everything for the first time once again. He sees the operator, Alex's murders, himself running around in a mask, and it tears him apart. He confronts Jay, saying that he just wants to be left alone and live a normal life. At some point during Tim's return to treatment, Brian got a hold of his medical records, likely from breaking into his house to steal his medicine. He realizes that ever since a child, Tim has been experiencing the same symptoms that everybody exposed to the operator has been experiencing, and he realizes that Tim was patient zero, not Alex. This doesn't change the goal though, and Alex is a murderer that needs to be stopped. Jay tweets out that he's returning to the hospital, and Hoodie beats him there to plant Tim's medical notes for Jay to find. He also leaves behind the message, "He is a liar," referencing Tim's refusal to acknowledge that the operator exposure started with him. After this, Brian tries to induce another schizophrenic episode in Tim and bring Maskey back into the fray by stealing Tim's medication. He does this to mend the argument between Tim and Jay and hopefully reunite them so they can lead Brian to Alex and he can finish the job. Tim has an episode as planned, and he runs away to Rosswood Park to take up his persona as Maskey again. Jay tries to find Tim in the woods, but is attacked by Maskey instead. The next morning, they both wake up in a dilapidated shack, and they decide that it's best to work together. They return to Rosswood to find more answers, and we get the most brutal operator attack in the series, as Tim is relentlessly teleported and tortured. He relives his childhood hallucinations in the abandoned hospital before apparently trying to overdose on his medication. After this, Tim passes out, and Brian shows up just in time to drag him out of the hospital before Alex shows up to kill him. Brian knocks Alex out with a pipe, and both Brian and Tim restrain and torture Alex until the operator shows up to save him again. Brian runs away, and he manages to get back to his squatting location, only for Alex to follow him and try to get answers. Brian manages to escape from Alex, so Alex ransacks his camp. In the meantime, Tim comes clean with Jay about his medical history and connects the dots that he was the source of everything. The two of them return to earlier Marble Hornets filming locations only to find the old tapes that Alex had burned, and learn that Jay's memories of how the original collection was given to him were all wrong. They go back to Alex's house for more answers and are attacked by the operator, which almost fully plunges Jay into a catatonic state. Tim manages to resist the operator, and he learns that he has the ability to shut it out. Brian returns to his squatting location again, only to find that he is now running out of medicine, so he goes back to Tim's house to steal more. During this, Brian discovers that Alex has been hiding in Tim's attic, waiting for him to come home so he can kill him. Seeing this, Tim and Jay return to the house expecting to find Alex, but they see that Brian has beaten them there and has taken Alex to a nearby college, the same one that Alex and Amy attended. Jay and Tim then fight over Tim withholding a tape of him helping kidnap Jessica, and the two of them part ways. On his own, Jay returns to Rosswood Tunnel, and he finds that the layout of Rosswood doesn't make any sense and it appears to shift around. During this, he calls Tim and he apologizes for their fight and he says that he still wants to work together, until the operator induces a seizure and Jay becomes hostile towards Tim. Jay returns to Tim's house ready for a fight, but Tim is able to subdue him and he goes off on his own to find Brian and Alex himself. It turns out that Brian isn't at the college though, and he's actually at the house and he frees Jay from his restraints so they can all go take down Alex together. At the college, Jay arrives late and he stakes out Benedict Hall where Alex turns out to be staying. At the same time, Tim breaks into Benedict Hall and he runs into Alex who has a gun. He runs at the sight of this. Jay sees Tim running out of the building and he uses it as an opportunity to enter the building where he is surprised by Alex and is killed. Tim finds Jay's body not long after and he begins chasing Brian through the hallways as well as through various other series locations before Brian falls to his death from the second-story balcony. Tim returns home after this and he leaves himself open for Alex to show up so they can settle everything. Alex, though, pulls an unexpected move and he moves to burn down Tim's house. After this, the two of them then meet again at the college and they begin chasing each other through multiple locations until Tim is able to kill Alex. At some point after this, Tim gets into contact with Jessica and refers her to a mental clinic to help with the symptoms that he's had his whole life. He throws away his mask, which he's held onto in secret this whole time, and drives off to a place that we don't know. And that's the entire summary of Marble Hornets. Now that we're all caught up, we can start to look through some common theories that explain some of the areas that aren't perfectly defined in the series. What happened to the other members of the original Marble Hornets crew? Who is the third ToTheArk member? And what even is the Ark to begin with? Also, is the whole story actually over? First, let's go over the crew and what we know about them. Jay, Tim, Brian, Sarah, and Seth. In entry 22, Alex lists out all of these people as being gone, but that seems to be a kind of wide definition. We know that at this point, Jay, Tim, and Brian were all alive, but it's possible that Alex didn't know that. Entry 22 possibly shows the final time that Alex leads somebody to their supposed demise as he brings Seth to a dark boiler room where they have a run-in with the operator. After Seth vanishes, Alex delivers his list of people who are gone, followed by stating that he's going to burn the tapes. This marks Seth as being potentially the final person that Alex had tried to deal with before the series truly began. By this point, Alex thinks that he's already killed off the whole crew by handing them over to the operator, but we learn that that's not actually how it works. Jay, Tim, Brian, and Jessica were all abducted by the operator in the series various times, but each of them survived their encounters. It isn't until Jay started uploading the Marble Hornets channel that Alex likely finds out that he is still alive. This would then extend to Tim when he appears in entry 15 for the first time, and Alex learns that his work isn't done. By the end of the series, here's where we stand. Jay was killed in entry 80. Tim and Jessica survived throughout the whole series. Brian falls to his death in entry 83. Alex is killed in entry 86. And Amy is safely assumed to be dead from Tim's remarks in entry 86 and Alex's lies in entry 44 about getting in contact with her.
Will you kill Amy? Do you feel like you're in control there?
Hey, Jessica. It's Alex. I just wanted to call and let you know that I got in touch with Amy, so just disregard my last message. Thanks.
But what about Sarah and Seth? Sarah only ever appears in one entry in the entire series as one of Alex's actors back in entry 9, and is never mentioned again until Alex says that she's gone in entry 22. This could mean that Alex personally killed her the way that he did with Jay, or maybe he left her to the operator, which means that this can go either way. Because of this, I'm pretty comfortable writing her off as being unknown as of right now. Now Seth, though. Seth is a character that has a lot of buzz behind him in the Marble Hornets community, and I see why. We only see Seth 3 times in the entire series, entries 9, 22, and 54. He's Alex's cameraman and is one of the first people that we see abused on set as Alex reprimands him for turning the camera off during the peak of his paranoia. The next time we see him is when Alex leads him to the operator back in entry 22, and he's never seen in any footage recorded from that point on. Similar to Sarah, we have no evidence other than Alex's testimony that he's actually dead. That being said, we've seen that every single member of ToTheArk thus far are characters who have been personally wronged by Alex and seek revenge. Tim and Brian fit the pattern, so it's safe to assume that our third ToTheArk member would as well. But who could it be? From our analysis we just did, it seems like only Sarah and Seth and Jessica were personally affected by Alex, and only Sarah and Seth could have access to Marble Hornets material of which we've seen ToTheArk upload throughout the whole series, because they were both involved in the movie. Remember how I pointed out that the ToTheArk editing in the upload titled Conversion was pretty impressive? There's a cartoon character, intense sound design, all things like that. Who seems more likely to produce material with animated characters, involved superimpositions, and heavily edited content? Probably Alex's cameraman rather than a single appearance actress. That means that the true identity of the Third to the Ark member, in my opinion, was actually the nameless guy listening to music from entry 31.
Can I help you?
No.
Nah, I'm just kidding. That guy's chill. No, what I actually mean is the person is probably Seth. If I really had to guess who the Third to the Ark member is, I'd say it's likely Seth. We never see his death before, and it's more than likely that the operator didn't kill him, but left him plagued with the same sickness that we see Jay, Tim, Brian, Jessica, and Alex deal with. If this were true, it makes perfect sense for why he would want revenge on Alex for abandoning him in that boiler room, and would also donate his skills to the video work created with To The Ark uploads. There's an excellent YouTuber called Nightmind who does a great video breakdown of this theory, relating different editorial styles and color coding to The Ark videos and his different members so we can figure out who is posting what. To summarize it real quick, Tim's uploads utilize black and white footage and a lot of old-timey stock. Brian's uploads are pretty straightforward and often use a lot of footage filmed exclusively for that To The Ark video, and anything uploaded by Seth has a deep red theme accompanied by more complicated video edits and a common theme of watching from afar. I'm not too sure that I fully support the idea of To The Ark fully color coding their videos to the extremes that I see talked about in the forums at least. Like, people will see stripes of red in a video and they'll think that Seth had a hand in it, and I can definitely buy into the idea that To The Ark uploads in various qualities based on who posted, but the distortion is pretty random from what I can see so far. Either way though, there are definitely uploads that stand out as being separate from Tim or Brian's usual styles. Plus the upload called Quadrant nearly spells it out for us. If that's not enough though, we still actually have a third-person point of view that's unexplained back in entry 83 of Tim and Hoodie chasing each other. And the third-person referral of Masky and Hoodie as the twins from a different To The Ark user almost guarantees that there is a third user, and I can't think of anybody that fits the bill better than Seth. The Marble Hornets team themselves have actually avoided stating the full roster of To The Ark members in spirit of keeping it ambiguous, but I believe that Seth best fits for somebody who's close to Alex, technologically savvy, and most importantly, somebody who could still be alive in the series. For all we know, it could be more than 3 members, and maybe any surviving Marble Hornets members could have banded together to get back at Alex, but I think that this roster of 3 makes the most sense. So moving on to our next piece of information, what is the Ark? The Ark is a concept that we've heard non-stop throughout the series. The sister channel of Marble Hornets is even named after it, but it's still ambiguous as to what it actually is. At first, I thought it could be Alex's initials, assuming that his middle name starts with an R, but we don't really get sufficient evidence to support that. If we look back at the motives of the To The Ark channel, it seems like their goal is in fact to find Alex to exact revenge, but how can we prove that Alex himself is not the Ark? Well, if we look back to the To The Ark upload called Decay, we can see that the video is addressing Alex as it shows footage of Alex with a text reading, "You caused this." This is then followed by a video of Jay with text reading, "He will lead me to you, lead me to death, lead me to the Ark." Why would To The Ark list Alex, death, and the Ark separately if they were all the same thing? They may be related, Alex bringing death with him wherever he goes, and the Ark clearly being linked to Alex in some way, but I don't think that they are actually the same. Let me explain. I reviewed all of the locations that we visited so far, and I found 2 that stand out as lacking in detail. The first one is Rosswood Tunnel. Rosswood Tunnel acts kind of as a MacGuffin throughout the series, as does the Ark. Very few people ever reach the other side of the tunnel, and those who do are almost immediately attacked by the operator. Jessica and Jay both experienced this in entries 76 and 82 respectively. When I was first watching this series as it came out, I remember thinking that all of the answers would lie on the other side of that tunnel, but in reality it was just more questions. It seems like it does cross some kind of threshold into the operator's domain, and Jay makes a point in entry 82 of saying that the space behind it made no sense to the known geography of the park. But we have seen people emerge from that side of the tunnel in the past. If you look back at entry 76, we see that Hoodie runs at Alex from that side of the tunnel. Considering that he is a member of To The Ark, we can conclude that the far end of the tunnel is not the Ark, otherwise in this moment, he would have found it, because he's coming from that side. Another clue that I personally like a lot, and that I think gives us a lot of the right information, comes from the now deleted To The Ark upload, which is called File. Take another look at it real quick. With full context, we now know that this upload refers to the failure of Tim and Brian to save Jessica from Alex back in entry 76. However, we get the message, deeper and deeper we go, where there is no light, while cutting back to the moment where Tim finds the man that Alex murdered back in entry 65 in the dark void. This location is also the same setup as Brian's body in entry 83. Both of these moments are marked by high amounts of the operator's trademark camera distortion and an otherworldly amount of darkness surrounding the bodies. We know that this is the location that the operator took both of the bodies after the killings, so maybe it wasn't any different for the other victims who survived Alex's attacks. Maybe this is the Ark, this abyssal void, and those who were kidnapped by Alex and the operator and managed to escape woke up in a place like this. This place matches the description of the To The Ark video and is the only location that I can find that we have no information about, so long as you believe that the Ark is a place and not a person. We've only gotten 2 short glimpses of this place though, and the mystery remains within the bounds of Marble Hornets as to what the place actually is and why To The Ark would want to return to it. Now that we've covered some of the glaring questions that I can pick up throughout the series, my final loose end is it over? Like I said at the beginning of this video, I love Marble Hornets. I had a good part of my life where I got to grow up while watching this series as it came out, and it was such a fun experience to feel like I was part of an unraveling mystery, and when it ended, I felt such a bittersweet feeling. The characters wrap up pretty nice and neat in Season 3, and the main story of Jay and the Marble Hornets channel is all over with a few ambiguous mysteries for us to chew on as the community, but one detail that never fully gets resolved is the operator. The last time anybody references the entity are Tim and Alex during their final fight.
I've done everything to keep this under control. Everyone is dead. Sarah, Seth, Jessica, Amy, Brian, Jay, and now you.
You're just feeding it. Shut up.
Tim says, you aren't containing it, you're just feeding it. Whatever the operator is, it's hungry. And being that Tim grew up with this thing looming over him, I believe him when he says that. Maybe the proxies, To The Ark itself, and all the victims are just some kind of method that this creature uses to hunt. Maybe this dark place, wherever the Ark is that we see the operator take unknown people's bodies to, maybe this is where it eats. Maybe this is how it's fed. And although things are over for the series, remember, there are still 2 known survivors that have become tethered to the operator. Alex was never able to escape it, so can we really expect him and Jessica to be any different? But Marble Hornets is a much bigger concept and is still actually going on to this day. In the form of a comic written by Troy Wagner, the person who plays Jay, we actually see an extended story that goes beyond the online series. I've never actually read these comics before, but taking a quick glimpse at issue number 5, I can see that it's titled Where There Is No Light, which is the exact wording used in the To The Ark upload that I believe describes the Ark. So I really hope that the comic removes some of the ambiguity that the fanbase has been playing around with for like over a decade at this point. Also, as of August 27th, 2025, the Marble Hornets YouTube channel is no longer dormant, posting its first new mini-series titled Rosswood, which I will definitely be checking out in the near future. Hold on, let me check the time on this. What time is it? What time is it? Okay. Well, hold on one second, let me check on something. Alright, so anybody who has sat around this long, I'm gonna talk to you pretty square for a second here. I wanted to record this video because, like I said, it's my birthday and I should have other things to do, but I honestly just checked my plans and it looks like they're changing, so I have more time. And I think I kind of want to do the rest of the series and keep this all as one giant video. Because I'm sure I'm going to have to edit this and cut a couple things around, but my recording right now is over 4 hours long. So I'm wondering if I could just make this like a giant video and then just kind of do the comics and then Rosswood and just kind of be done with Marble Hornets instead of prolonging this. And I think I'm going to do that. So yeah, all right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually go read the comics. I see you can get them online, so I'm just going to go like get the web versions. I'm just going to go read them, take some notes, adjust my script, and then I'm going to watch Rosswood. Yeah, so Rosswood, it looks like it's about like an hour long. So I'm going to put them in this video too. So screw it. Let me go watch them, but I'm going to go read these and watch Rosswood. I'll be done with that probably in like, what, an hour and a half? So if you have an extra hour and a half, I know I told you 6 hours in the beginning to go watch the whole series, but now go take another hour and a half to watch Rosswood and read the comics, meet me back here. I'm going to go through those two and just get it all in one place. Yeah, okay, cool. Meet me back here. Meet me back here. We'll keep going. All right, so it is now the day after my birthday, and I want to dive into the comics and Rosswood as well because there's still so much that they give us that I didn't know about, and it actually does tie in directly with the web series. So I'm going to start with the comics, and I'm going to break it down as I go so it isn't quite as long. We're just going to do it all here. So spoiler warning, and these comics are super cool, so I really recommend picking them up for yourself because there's a ton of cool little details throughout, and it's absolutely worth reading on your own. Okay, so getting into it, Issue 1 is titled Regards, which references the first ToTheArk upload, as well as their uploads Warning and Null. We open up on a woman who works as a delivery driver as she passes through a heavily wooded road. She's listening to the Eyes Open podcast hosted by Anita Bonds as she covers conspiracies, memories, and the larger urban legends around Rosswood Park, which appears to have actually developed some notoriety in the past years for strange occurrences. I just want to quickly mention that I love the art style that is being done by Jackie Reynolds. It reminds me a lot of the Portal comic, which is called Lab Rat, so props go to you. It looks sick. This woman drops off a package to a creepy old woman in a small home who reveals that it's the next addition to her doll collection. After the delivery, the woman returns to her truck and sees that the back doors are open, even though she swears to remember closing them. She then turns to the old lady's home, which appears to have vanished, so she quickly packs up and she leaves. She drives back to her company while listening to the podcast, and we learn that there have been 10 years of strange things happening at Rosswood, but some people write it off as a hoax. Upon returning, she's greeted by her co-workers Sydney and Dan before going on her break. At this moment, we hear Dan call her Jessica. So yes, this is the same Jessica from the web series, and we seem to be getting a story about what happened to her after the final entry was uploaded. I have sat for years on the ending of Marble Hornets not knowing that there was actually any continuation of it, so this is great. She got a job at a post office of some sort, and she seems to be dealing with all kinds of paranoia. She steps out to eat a sandwich, and she notices a shadowy figure in the woods. She fixates on it, only to be interrupted by Sydney asking if she's ready to go. Sydney reveals that Jessica has been sitting there for nearly an hour, although it appears to have just been a few panels of Jessica staring at the figure in the woods. Jessica is losing track of time, much like we saw Jay experience in the web series. She gets her new delivery prepped and she follows the address to a disheveled shack in the woods. She knocks on it with no answer and goes out to fill a missing delivery form for the recipient. Next, she finds that the name on the page is actually hers, Jessica Locke. She goes to call Sydney and ask about why her name is on the package, and we get a glimpse of her contact list. Notably, Sarah and Tim are on here. It's unclear if this is the same Sarah as the actress from Marble Hornets, since we've never been given any reason to think that Sarah and Jessica actually knew each other in the series, but Tim's name being on here means that they might actually still be in contact. As she dials, she's interrupted by a new character who approaches, Scully. They're dressed like a classic ToTheArk character with a hood, a tan jacket, and the skull mask from entry 26. Remember that this mask inclusion in the original web series was loose material that never actually took any kind of narrative role, so it's still unclear who the identity of this character actually is. At the sight of Scully, Jessica arms herself with a metal pipe and the comic cuts away to a new character who's out for a jog. This new character gets a text from somebody named Morgan who's expressing some concern about the jogger being alone at Rosswood Park. A moment later, Jessica emerges from the brush, appearing to have been running away from the abandoned house. This means that Jessica is still located near Rosswood, and the house that she ran into Scully at is within walking distance. The jogger spots Jessica and approaches her to ask if she needs any medical help. From Jessica's perspective, the jogger appears like a dark, shadowy figure, similar to the one that we saw during her break at work. The operator, then, also is standing behind her. It seems like Tim's methods for blocking out the operator aren't working so well for Jessica, and Jessica is full-fledged being stalked just like Alex, Tim, and Jay were during the web series. Jessica's visions begin to darken, and she finds herself transported to a dark, abyssal version of the woods with nobody around. Is this the same void that we theorized as being the Ark in the web series? She begins to run, and she finds that the trees are becoming denser until they practically form a wall in front of her. She turns to see an unnamed woman standing behind her. Jessica seems to recognize her, but we aren't given the identity before the woman removes her face like a mask and melts into a pile of gore. Jessica is horrified by this, but then surprised once again as Scully reappears asking, Can You See Me? This is the last that we see Jessica for this issue, and we then cut away to a duo of videographers at Rosswood Park sitting in the parking lot. Their names are David and Adam. They seem kind of reminiscent of Jay and Alex, with David showing a striking resemblance to present-day Troy Wagner, who is the creator of Marble Hornets. The two of them are working on a project, and they plan on getting some B-roll before sunset and going onto the trails tomorrow. They say something shocking, though. David mentions Marble Hornets by name as an online series. This means that in-universe, the Marble Hornets upload have amassed a viewership and have staked their claim as being urban legend. The second issue of the comic is called Eyes Open, a reference to the in-universe podcast that Jessica was listening to back in issue 1. It begins with Jessica nodding off in the waiting room of a doctor's office, and her eyes beginning to turn black as she does. The doctor enters, and it's the same jogger from the end of issue 1. Turns out she is Jessica's doctor now. She calls Jessica inside and gets her set up for an MRI scan. We then cut to a mock-up introduction to a Rosswood Park documentary being made by the two videographers at the end of issue 1. Adam is getting worried that his narration of the winding trails of the park are sounding a bit too familiar to Anita Bond's narration from the podcast. So the two of them plan on gathering some more footage that night so they can meet their deadline at the end of the week. Back to Jessica, the MRI scan is finished and the doctor notes some gaps in Jessica's medical history. Jessica says that she was diagnosed with narcolepsy after a concussion she got in Rosswood Park years ago. Although the cause of this is so hazy, she seems to remember the figure of a man being related to the incident. I'm predicting that this story is linked to entry 76 after she wakes up on the side of the road. Narcolepsy is a mental condition that causes sleep attacks, hallucinations, irregular sleeping patterns, and more things like this. So it's likely that narcolepsy is the medical brush-off for the operator sickness that we see people go through in Marble Hornets. The doctor asks Jessica if she's experiencing any hallucinations as a result of the condition, and Jessica immediately notices Scully standing in the MRI observation window. This makes me believe that Scully is somehow incorporeal and somehow is only visible to Jessica. I'm not sure how else he would have made his way into the hospital like this, and it makes more sense how he appeared in the voided forest back in issue 1. Jessica denies the hallucinations, of course, and Scully disappears. The doctor expresses her concern for Jessica working as a driver while having narcolepsy, but Jessica defends herself, saying that the job is the only employment that she could find in the area, and its insurance is the only way that she can afford to see this doctor. As Jessica leaves, a new person enters, Morgan. This is the one that was texting the doctor in issue 1 as she was jogging. After the two begin reviewing the scans of Jessica's brain, the doctor gets a coughing fit, which is likely a bit of operator exposure after being in proximity to Jessica. She then notices a bit of a static glitch on one of the scan layers of Jessica's brain, similar to the glitches that we see on cameras around the operator. Jessica is given the day off after her rough doctor's appointment and returns to her apartment to take a nap. She starts thinking about the ambiguous figure that is related to her old concussion when suddenly a knock on the door reveals Scully to be outside. Scully says, "You are broken, you can be fixed," which is a new variation of the ToTheArk quote, "You are broken, you can't be fixed," from the upload called Fragments. She goes to open the door, but the operator begins to peer around the corner behind her and she succumbs to a coughing fit. As she gasps for air, her eyes begin to turn black just like they did in the waiting room, and we suddenly cut back to our videographer duo who are now in Rosswood Park at night. David points out that the camera screen keeps on glitching, and Adam theorizes that the interference is likely what inspired the Marble Hornets series to be made, showing that he believes the series is actually fictional. The camera battery then dies, which is a slightly new effect for the operator. We've seen it break batteries before, and we've seen batteries die while out in the woods, but I don't think we've ever seen batteries get fully drained from the operator. The two resolve to come back the next day with fresh batteries and do a marathon shoot. Cutting back to Jessica, she wakes up seemingly floating in Rosswood Tunnel. She steps down off the ground and spots that a figure made out of pure distortion is standing at the end of the tunnel. It appears to hold out a gun and shoot Jessica in the head, which shatters like porcelain before she wakes up on the floor of her room. This kind of has to be Alex, I think, because it's somebody completely consumed by the operator's style of corruption, and the replaying the scene from entry 76 as Alex attempts to kill Jessica before and Hoodie intervenes, it all just kind of lines up a little bit too well. After this, Jessica gets up and she notices that she has the package that was addressed to her back in issue 1. It's wedged in her door and she opens it to find a note reading, "You can be fixed, tell no one," as well as a hard drive. On the hard drive are video files with dates going back to June 20th, 2009, the uploaded date of the first Marble Hornets entry. She clicks on the first one. The following clips are raw footage excerpts from Alex Crayley, a college friend of mine. This hard drive has all of the entries on it. Our final scene shows Adam and David in their hotel. David goes to sleep while Adam decides to go out alone with his camera and film more at Rosswood. Issue number 3 is titled You Are Broken and opens up with a bang. We see Adam nearly drowning as he wakes up submerged in a lake. He swims ashore with his head nearly splitting from operator corruption before asking, "Is this real?" He spots a figure in the trees by the shoreline, and we get a new look at the operator with twisted limbs standing taller than the trees around him. The corruption grows worse, completely overtaking Adam before he wakes up back in the woods. He must have passed out while exploring Rosswood, and he finds that his camera is once again dead, and he seems completely lost. We cut back to Jessica, and we see her watching entry 28 where Jay and her first spoke. She begins having a panic attack as she watches the footage, and I'm actually unsure if she's lost her memories of the hotel after entry 76 or if she's just kind of suppressed them. She tries calling her boss Sydney, but gets a voicemail, so she ends up calling her doctor instead, whose name actually turns out to be Taylor. Taylor picks up, and Jessica admits that she's having an episode. Taylor hears this and, acting like an absolute Chad, agrees to go visit her and calm her down. We cut back to Adam, who has managed to get himself back into his hotel room, and to David. He tells David about his loss of consciousness at the park, but he says the camera might have been still rolling while he was unconscious. Upon reviewing the footage, they find staticky shots of Adam running from something before the whole video corrupts. Checking the camera, they find that it appears to be working fine, and they agree to go back to the park again with fresh batteries. We go back to Jessica once again, who is now with Taylor at her apartment. She explains that she has no memory of being in the hotel with Jay, but she actually starts making my job easier and making a list of all the entries that she appears in. So thank you, Jessica. I was getting really tired of going back through my notes looking for your name. I can use this. This is great. She mentions that she actually doesn't remember anyone at all. Definitely not Brian, and absolutely not the operator. Taylor tries to rationalize it as excessive pattern recognition in the branches of the woods, but Jessica continues to panic. Taylor opts to take the hard drive away from her for now since it's stressing Jessica out, and agrees to sleep on the couch to keep her company for the night. After this, we return to Adam and David, who are having no luck recreating the strange occurrences from earlier. The cameras seem to be working fine, and Adam becomes frustrated enough to actually begin personally insulting David for being skeptical. He says that they're not going to leave Rosswood until they figure this out. The next day, Jessica appears to be feeling much better and hugs Taylor for helping her out. She returns to work and goes through a full normal workday while listening to her podcast. Anita Bonds interviews somebody named John Hendricks, who appears to have found 34 bodies of lost hikers in the Rosswood trails over the years during his lifetime. Clearly, Rosswood Park has become quite a famous spot. With Jessica's route now complete, she decides to do one more thing and revisit the abandoned house from issue 1. She grabs the same metal pipe as a weapon and sneaks inside only to find Scully sitting at a table. She hides from Scully after stepping on a creaky floorboard, and we cut back to Taylor at the doctor's office. She's talking to Morgan as she works, but is horrified when Morgan's face begins to twist and contort as he states that she will be removed and regurgitated, which is an interesting choice of words. Morgan vanishes, and Taylor spots that there's actually a patient in the MRI machine. She inspects closer, only to find that the patient is endlessly tall, and the interior of the MRI machine stretches back into nothingness. Taylor begins to fall into it, but then wakes up at her desk, ending the hallucination. She calls Jessica. As Jessica is hiding from Scully, her spot is revealed by her phone ringing. Scully actually does nothing malicious though, and actually encourages her to take the phone call and step out of the closet. It seems like Scully's pretty chill, I'm gonna be completely honest. Jessica tells Taylor that she'll call her back, and then demands that Scully tells her his name. He says that he carries many names, but he actually just removes his mask to show Jay's face, which Jessica remembers from the entries alone. So, what? Holy sh**. Okay, Jay is Scully, it seems. Did the team actually follow through and make Jay Scully like they originally planned? Well, not quite, it turns out. Because Jessica calls him Jay, and he says, "No, I carry many," while his face shifts from Jay to Amy to Alex, and then one other bearded guy who I could not identify at first. I seriously looked everywhere for reference, and I couldn't tell who this was until I looked at a list of every single character of the original web series to see who matched the most. It turns out that this guy is actually the guy that Alex killed back in entry 49, whose name is literally Unnamed Man number 2 in the Slenderman wiki. Scully puts his mask back on and says that Jessica can fix everyone if she can kill the operator. And that's where issue 3 ends. And we learn that Scully is some form of amalgamation of all the people who died as a result of the operator. I'm not too sure why Brian isn't included here yet, but maybe Scully just didn't show absolutely everybody involved. The next published issue is 3.5, and it is titled To the Ark, and is like a mini addition to the comic series. I'm going to say this is easily my favorite issue so far, and it has this really sick art style that kind of reminds me of like Robert Valley, and it delivers some much needed confirmation that makes me really proud of some of the theories that we came up with earlier. So we open on Brian, who actually lays dying at the end of entry 83. As he loses consciousness, the operator comes and transports him to the void from the same entry. Brian comes to, and he looks over and he notices a massive engulfing pit beside him. And do you know what he calls it? He calls it the center of the Ark. So, we found it. We finally have a definitive identity to label the Ark. It is this weird, blackened pit that is in the middle of this otherworldly void that the operator takes its victims to. Brian states that it never stops and it pulls everything in, kind of like a black hole. As Brian tries to leave, he trips over Jay, who also lays on the floor in front of him and in front of the Ark. He seems to be melding with the floor as the Ark slowly pulls him in. Brian notes that Jay is, quote, food for the Ark, which goes back to Tim's accusation of Alex feeding the operator back in entry 86, and Brian declares that Alex will die for what he's done. He begins trying to escape the Ark, saying that he's done it before and that he can do it again. As he does, he encounters the operator and he opts to fight it rather than run this time. However, this only sends him further into the Ark and fragments his mind even more. Brian talks about his mind for a bit, and how he's a shell of a human, kind of like how Tim states he is back in entry 86. And he says that he's only able to think in numbers, codes, and riddles, which explains the cryptic nature of To the Ark uploads. It's almost as if these ciphers are the only way that Brian can communicate after his mind gets fragmented. Deeper in the Ark, he finds Tim's mask, which is now sentient and is looking to reunite with Tim now that Tim is attempting to sever his connection with the Masky persona. Brian is spat back out, and he finds himself back at the center of the Ark again, and he removes his mask to show that his eye is badly damaged with corruption. A piece of him is left behind every time he returns, he says. He promises to fight the operator for all of eternity if he has to, so long as he can stop Alex from dragging any others into this. As he marches off to try and escape again, Scully reappears and offers to take Brian into himself and fix the broken. Scully states that they can take the broken away from the Ark, and the Ark will starve as a result. Brian agrees to this, so long as he is brought to Alex Crayley to exact his revenge first. As he says this, Alex is transported to the Ark as seen at the end of entry 86, and Brian starts attacking him, holding him over the pit. Scully begs Brian not to feed the Ark anymore, and demonstrates how he absorbed Jay into their being. Alex's eyes turn black, similar to how Jessica's did, and he lets out a high-pitched scream, which is a direct callback to the dream that Jay had posted about on Twitter years ago, which is pretty cool. Brian asks if Scully had absorbed Tim as well, but learns that Tim is still alive. Reluctantly agreeing, Scully absorbs Brian and Alex too. And that's where issue 3.5 ends, and I am so proud. Yes, the void we see throughout the series is in fact the Ark. Yes, Alex's actions do result in the Ark being fed. And yes, judging by the word choice of regurgitation, rumbling, and feeding, I think the Ark is akin to the operator's stomach. Or the Ark is some evil being of which the operator is the hand to feed with. So with that, let's just move on to issue 4. The amount of questions I have for the series are starting to get checked off one by one, so I'm pretty eager to keep on going. So this issue is called Can You See Me?, which is a reference to Scully's question to Jessica back in issue 1. Continuing off of entry 3, Scully elaborates that the operator is a disease that parasites off of the cracks it finds in your brain, and will swallow you once you're empty in the Ark. Oh my god. Okay, dude, I am so good. The Ark is literally a stomach. It's a stomach. That's awesome. Okay, sick. Scully also asks if she's been to the Ark before, and she agrees that she has at the end of the tunnel when she was shot at. So maybe the tunnel does connect to the Ark, but it isn't the Ark itself. Maybe it's just a way to get close to it. Jessica realizes that she's probably spread the disease to Taylor, and Taylor to her patients inadvertently. Scully points out that this will not matter if she kills the operator. They also point out that staying secluded from people prevents the spread, which is likely why To the Ark characters are always staying in abandoned homes in the middle of nowhere. We go back to Adam and David, who are still in Rosswood and seem to have spent the night there. They bury the hatchet about Adam's outburst earlier, and they push ahead to a clearing. On the other side, they find Scully's abandoned house and they spot Jessica leaving in her van. As she does, the two actually spot Scully returning inside, which I guess means that they are corporeal, and that we have some otherworldly powers, kind of like the operator, that change their location. David and Adam seem to recognize Scully, and they pull out a binder that is titled Rosswood Project, which has a list of characters and locations from the Marble Hornets series that seems like a hard jab at me. Like, I literally have a list over here on my other monitor, and my list looks exactly like this. Adam's character sheet pulls out a picture of Jay, Hoodie, Maskey, and the skull mask from entry 26, labeled with a question mark, which is exactly what I have over here too. Their conclusion from this is that a Marble Hornets sequel is being shot at the house, and they decide to go in and get an interview. We cut back to Taylor at the MRI room, who is inspecting the security camera to see what she was doing while she was hallucinating. The camera reveals that she was just standing there, with operator static taking over the screen. Jessica shows up and convinces Taylor to come with her so she can explain more about the condition that they both share now. As they drive, Jessica tries to remember how she got her concussion again, and she remembers a man trying to wake her up on the side of a road. The next thing she remembers is waking up in the hospital. I still think this is probably Tim, but the story's seeming to get a little bit fuzzier now. Back at the house, Adam and David have no luck finding Scully inside, and they hide upstairs as Jessica and Taylor return. Adam then recognizes Jessica from Marble Hornets as well, so he decides to surprise her with an interview. This actually turns out to be the first time that Jessica has heard of Marble Hornets, and she begins to have another panic attack when Adam mentions the operator being another series antagonist. Adam continues to press for an interview despite David and Taylor telling him to stop, and Adam and David begin to fight over the disrespect that Adam is showing. Adam gets too physical though, and David ends up stabbing him in the arm with a pocket knife at the peak of their fight. The commotion is briefly broken up as Scully enters the room to interject, but then the operator appears behind him and causes complete pandemonium. Even Scully is caught off guard. Jessica's eyes start to blacken just like in issue 2, and she begins to state everything is fine now, Taylor, which is reminiscent of Tim's final message in the original series. I'm starting to think that maybe the ToTheArk masks are in some way related to this eye blackening that we see in the comics, since they always draw black circles around their eyes. Maybe this represents the deep state of operator sickness that they all experience, but I'm not too sure. Jessica wakes up on the couch, appearing to be in some kind of dream state with some girl across from her. This turns out to be Amy, Alex's girlfriend and Jessica's roommate, and the two were in the middle of a talk about Jessica starting to move out. Amy's head begins to distort and it bursts open just like porcelain, similar to how Jessica's did in earlier issues, prompting Jessica to run out of the house that we saw back in entry 43. While this happens, we see that David and Adam are continuing to fight. Now only they are in the Ark. They are wrestling near the pit where Scully interrupts. Scully restates that they are broken and that they can help, but his persuasion is interrupted as Adam hits David with the Rosswood Project binder as a cheap shot and kicks him into the pit. Scully appears terrified since the Ark has now been fed, but Adam says, "I'll do whatever I want," while beginning to pursue Scully. It seems that Adam is taking on a new antagonistic personality, very similar to Alex's. When we find Taylor, she's lost in the dense woods. She finds Jessica, who is crying over the guilt she feels for exposing Amy to the operator, when it is likely Alex's exposure to Amy that infected Jessica to begin with. The operator appears, and it seems that Taylor becomes engulfed in corruption. While each character endures their own personal hellscape, we return to Sydney back at the post office, who sees that Jessica has been idle for 3 hours at the abandoned house on the delivery app. Sydney runs out the door, presumably to go help Jessica. And then we move on to the final issue of Marble Hornets, issue 5, which is called Where There Is No Light, which was released on November 4th, 2025, which was only a couple months ago. We open on a flashback of David and Adam meeting in their intro to documentary film class. They bond over their love for the Eyes Open podcast, and Adam introduces David to Marble Hornets. Back in the present, Sydney finds the abandoned house and goes inside looking for Jessica. A coughing fit ensues, and Sydney's phone begins to malfunction while dialing 911. The operator appears after, and Sydney is taken as well. We cut back to Taylor, who is now transported to her MRI room with the security camera now being a literal eye watching her. A doppelganger of herself activates the machine from the observation room before turning into Jessica, and Taylor results in using a stool to smash the observation window glass open to escape, but they both begin to fall into a pit of nothingness. Back in the Ark, Scully manages to juke out Adam and save him from falling into the pit. Scully then explains that David is not coming back and that they can help Adam escape the Ark if he accepts the position that he's in. Back to Taylor, she falls back into the dense forest where she finds Jessica rooted into the ground. In this state, Jessica is remembering something that we actually never got to see in the original Marble Hornets web series. We see the aftermath of Tim's coughing fit in the very final entry, entry 87. With our first comic appearance of Tim, he reveals that Jessica ran away from him as he collapsed and never actually helped him. Looking online, I actually saw that it was theorized that Tim, while having his coughing fit, began to attack Jessica during the scene, but we never actually got to see this. But I like the idea that Jessica recognized the signs of operator sickness and just ran away. Maybe this is why they haven't contacted each other since. During this scene, Tim starts yelling at Jessica to wake up, and she snaps out of her trance to find Taylor and her stuck in the dense forest together. Also with them is now Sydney, who assumes they are all in a dream. The three of them begin to start running from the operator and navigate through the Ark, also a few glimpses of the Marble Hornets abandoned hospital, before finding Scully and Adam next to the center of the Ark. Adam fixates on Jessica and begins to talk with the same rhetoric as ToTheArk. He says that Jessica is the start of all of this, affecting him and everyone around him with the sickness, and that he can end it by killing her. He quickly grabs David's pocket knife and punches Scully, breaking his mask. He goes over and he stabs Jessica in the stomach. Sydney steps in and begins to wrestle with Adam beside the pit. As they fight, Adam slips back and he falls into the Ark, where he sees David falling alongside him as well. David, who is likely a figment of the Ark at this point, says that he's glad that Adam joined him, and they are both absolutely annihilated in some kind of colorful overlay that takes them both. Back above, Jessica lays bleeding, with Taylor unable to help her adequately. Scully reveals that the only way to escape the Ark is to resist its pull until it lets go of you. Scully also points out that the Ark has been fed twice, and nobody will be able to kill it or the operator today. It's just gotten too strong. Taylor asks what they can do to survive, and Scully offers to take in Jessica, and that they can maybe kill the operator a different day. She agrees, and they take each other's hands, presumably so that Scully can engulf Jessica. Going to a sort of epilogue, we see now that it is winter, and Taylor is giving Sydney an MRI scan after escaping the Ark. After work, Taylor drives home and is paid a visit by Scully. Lifting up the mask, we see that Jessica is now a part of Scully, and the two of them can reunite. Taylor asks how long Jessica can stay this time, and Jessica says that it's going to be much longer than last time. And with that, we conclude the comic expansion to the Marble Hornets universe. Overall, I liked it, and I love the definitive direction that it took the lore of how things work. After reading this, I feel like I have no more remaining answers about ToTheArk's motivations and how the operator works in relation to people. It hunts, and it uses people as parasites to bring food to the Ark, which I imagine is somehow its stomach, and people who are affected become fragmented shells of themselves and have to avoid others if they don't want to spread the operator. If you are unfortunate enough to find yourself in the Ark, you have to actually resist the mental deterioration that it does to you until you can navigate back to our world. Pretty simple, right? You know, not that hard. And as for Scully, I do wish this character was a bit more capable than just your average person after seeing Adam be able to fight them off, but I do like how the character gives us a semi-comprehensive list of who has died. Unnamed Man number 2, Brian, Alex, Jay, and Amy, but we still don't see Sarah or Seth. So maybe this lends more credit to them being alive and maybe helping out ToTheArk. But in conclusion, maybe Scully plan will work in the future, but the operator and the Ark are still very much alive and active. Its victims have unionized against it, so to speak, and hopefully we get more stories in the future about people having a win for once in this series. But we're not done yet, and this is a marathon. I remember freaking out a couple months ago when Troy Wagner posted a teaser for an upcoming miniseries titled Marble Hornets Rosswood. It's a 5-part series that has a lot of interesting decisions that it makes, and it shows its hand relatively early when telling us what the new series actually is. Since this is a miniseries and it's a lot shorter than the original web series, I'll also be breaking this down as we go, and I'll see you on the other side once we finish the totality of Marble Hornets' universe. Each episode is about 20 minutes long, so I recommend you go watch it yourself. Again, spoiler warning, but let's get into it. Part 1 opens similarly to introductions in the original series. It says, a bit tongue-in-cheek I might add, the following footage is only edited material from an unfinished episode of Crayley in the Real World, a web-based documentary series created by Alex Crayley and Jay Merrick. It was recovered from a laptop found in their empty hotel room. First, let me just say something. What? Alex Crayley and Jay are working together in this series. Weren't they both killed and then engulfed by a hive mind skull mask wearing pacifist? Maybe at some point between entry 87 and Rosswood Part 1, they killed the operator and then became buddies again afterwards? Also, who's posting this? It looks like Alex and Jay are missing, which I assume is operator related. So far, this shares almost no continuity with what we've seen so far in the series. We are then greeted by a cheesy opener, which is narrated by Alex.
Hi, I'm Alex Craley. I'm a filmmaker and pop culture historian. I've made it my life's work to show the world how important films are to us and the unexpected ways in which the film world collides with our real world. This is Craley and the Real World.
Talking about his series where he makes documentaries and films about the real world, where his logo is a very super obvious stand-in for the operator symbol. Jay and Alex are then talking to the camera, and they talk about making a new piece on urban legends around Rosswood. And I want to point out how the two of them are very reminiscent of Adam and David from the comics. The two talk about how they want to make a documentary about the urban legends of the abandoned Rosswood Hospital, where we know Tim was once a patient.
It's also well-trodden ground to Jay and I personally, as we shot a major part of one of our projects out here when we were film students together. This old hospital is...
Wait. Are you not gonna say what it was called?
No, I wasn't planning on it, but I guess you can.
Okay, it was called Alex Craley's Marble Hornets, and it was about, stop me if you've heard this before, a guy comes back to his hometown after graduating college, and things are different.
Please don't put any footage of that in.
I'm going to.
No.
Okay, well maybe I'll just do it in the edit when you're not looking.
The two also joke about filming an old project of theirs called Marble Hornets, referring to it as Alex's original college short film. Alex seems more embarrassed about the film than anything, and it seems like the two of them have no history with Marble Hornets web series at all in any of the investigation. To get more info on the hospital, the two of them speak to a local historian and folklorist named Jody Locke. Do you recognize that name? This is the same last name as Jessica from the comics and the original series. Whoever this is, it seems like they could be related to Jessica in some way, but I can't tell how yet. Jody talks about how the hospital has two main buildings, one for dormitories and the other for mental health treatment. She talks about how it was an archaic asylum with a lot of mistreatment of its patients.
So patients would get out. Would the police just round them up and send them back? What happens?
Sometimes there were genuine disappearances. I can think of one instance. From 1998, there was a young boy who ran away during his treatment, and to my knowledge, he was never found.
It's probably some tales and myths that came from that incident alone.
It's possible. This whole thing is like a game of telephone, you know, with every subsequent retelling, the truth gets stretched and it becomes harder and harder to get to the heart of what actually happened.
Some of these patients would escape, she says, and she can even remember a specific example of a young boy who escaped in 1998 and was never found again. Does that also sound familiar? In entry 66 of the series, Tim talks about escaping from the hospital and hiding in Rosswood, only to be found again and brought back. It seems like in this miniseries, Tim never came back and was never found. After their interview, Jay and Alex and Jody go into town and they speak to some locals. They find a guy who tells a story about his brother going missing in Rosswood, saying that a couple of girls that they were with woke him up after blacking out, saying it took him.
It's the two girls, and they're shaking me, and they're yelling, "It took him! It took him!"
They took your brother?
It took him!
The girls took your brother?
No. I mean, I stood up. I mean, I had to get up. They were saying, I asked them again where their brother, and they said, took him. And so, like, they start motioning me to follow him, and they brought me to this tunnel. This big tunnel in front of me. Steel. And it's so dark in there. And the girls, they're yelling in my ear. They're saying, it dragged him in there.
He says that they found a big tunnel where the girls claim his brother was dragged to, but then they collapsed in seizures too. When he woke up the next day, it was as if his brother never existed. This is almost exactly what we saw happen back in entry 49, when Alex killed a man, but Jay could not find any evidence of this man being reported missing. Maybe the operator can make the world forget about people after it takes them. After finishing the awkward interview, we see a credits placeholder take the screen, and the partially edited part 1 of Rosswood is now over. So, what is this series then? Tim went missing as a child. Jay and Alex are close friends. A person named Jody Locke is helping with the investigation, but there's no sign of Jessica. This, as of right now, shares absolutely no continuity with the original series or the comics. The Rosswood miniseries is a standalone alternate history where Tim and Alex never met, never got operator sickness, and were never driven apart. If this is true, then how are we even going to have a series here? Without Tim, we don't have any Patient Zero to drive the story. Is this really going to be a straight series of Alex investigating Rosswood with no operator exposure? Well, maybe not. Remember, there actually was somebody in this episode who was exposed to the operator, and while interviewing him, we can actually see the camera glitch briefly and Alex cough. Although this is happening much later in his life than in the original series, he has now been infected for the first time, and I'm sure we're about to get a new visitor pretty soon. Part 2 opens with Jay secretly recording while Jody and Alex argue about the production. Jody is refusing to spend the night at Rosswood Hospital, and Alex reprimands Jay for not informing Jody in their emails about their plans to do this next for the series.
In that email.
What information? I wasn't paying attention.
The whole spending the night at Rosswood, you know, the like cornerstone of this entire project. Why is she just learning about this now?
I liked it was the initial contact, like you told me to. I think you took over from there, right?
No, this is exactly the kind of thing that I have you for. You are my assistant to organize these kinds of things.
You emailed me, Alex, and you told me that I was meeting you both here. You never mentioned anything about the hospital.
It doesn't matter. We're going to figure out a contingency here.
This is a bit reminiscent of the relationship that Adam and David have in the comics, and it seems like Alex is still having the trait of being a bit of an overbearing director in this timeline. The next day, the two of them make the trip to the hospital and they spend some time making introductory shots of the buildings. While exploring inside, they actually find an old tape lying on the floor which they think might have been one of their old tapes from Marble Hornets.
Pod before.
This might be one of them.
Who knows? I wish I had a way to play it, but I don't. Otherwise, I would take it.
Cool.
But then they throw it aside because, again, this takes place during 2025 and nobody has a way to play tapes. I just want to say that this broke me because after all of this time keeping track of the entries and looking out for tapes, just seeing one get thrown to the side just felt so wrong. After this, Jay gets a call from somebody who's close to him whose name is Riley, and Alex mocks him for saying "I love you" at the end of the call. They then find a couple of select spots from Marble Hornets, such as the wall that Brian leans against in Entry 51, or the maintenance tunnel from Entry 58. As Jay leads his camera into the maintenance tunnel, we hear a bit of interference, suggesting that maybe the operator is nearby.
You want to go in?
No. No, I do not. I'm not getting stuck in there.
Yeah, I'm not going in there either.
In fact, the camera screen glitches, and even Jay notices this. He thinks the SD card might be filling up, so he switches it out. They hear a distant bang ring out from somewhere else in the hospital, and they go to investigate, where we get our first on-camera glimpse of the operator since 2014, hiding in the background. These guys are infected now. They're in Rosswood, and the operator has begun following them around. They hear another bang, which seems to originate from the room where they decided to put their stuff and spend the night. Jay races back there to make sure nobody is stealing their things, and he's relieved to find that nothing is missing. But he does find that the sun has miraculously set, and it's dark outside.
Wait, come here.
What's up?
What? It's dark.
There's no way. It was 5 p.m.
I mean, the sun was setting, but it shouldn't be dark yet, right? What time is it?
10:52 p.m.
There's no way. Hold on. What happened? Did we pass out? I didn't feel lightheaded. Did you?
No, not at all.
We need to get out of here. This could be something like a gas leak that we're breathing in.
This place has been condemned for decades. What gas?
Natural gas. It comes out of the ground.
I think this is something different. We should stay.
No, stay. No. What? Something weird just happened. We should go.
Something weird just happened, and we got it on camera. Think about it. We should stay the night. What if something else happens? We might have definitive proof of
The paranormal. I don't know.
What if one of us drops dead, like from whatever we're breathing? No, we should definitely leave.
Jay.
No, come on.
Don't be dramatic.
No, we need to get out of here.
This is exactly the same kind of thing that happened back in entry 72. And now it's 10:52 p.m. and the two reconcile if they passed out from a gas leak or something. Jay wants to leave, but Alex thinks this could be something paranormal and something big, so he wants to stay. Jay starts to leave, but they actually find themselves somehow circling back to the hospital in the dark woods. Part 3 of Rosswood picks up right where we left off, and the two find themselves unable to make any phone calls outside. This, combined with them looping back to the hospital no matter which direction they go, leads them to agree on spending the night until they have more light in the morning. Alex continues being condescending, similar to Adam in the comics, and takes the camera to record by himself while Jay sleeps for a bit.
Okay, down there is one of the front entrances.
He spots the operator a few times, but he doesn't seem to notice, although he does cough, and the camera glitches heavily multiple times. The camera cuts to the next morning at 8:13 a.m., but it is still completely dark outside. The two gather everything and they try walking in a straight line until they get back to the car. Try as they may, though, they can't seem to walk straight without always returning to the hospital. They even try walking backwards to keep the hospital in their field of view, only to back into it inexplicably.
Walk backwards.
Yeah, just walk backwards if you have to. All right. Careful. Okay. Still there.
Similar to entry 82, space is bent in ways that make no sense, and the place seems completely dark forever. I'm actually starting to wonder if this place is related to the Ark in some way, and we're getting a more in-camera glimpse of the operator's feeding grounds. Alex and Jay continue to fight about this place, and how Alex has nothing else in his life other than this project, which is a bit of a parallel to Adam's rationale in the comics in Project Rosswood.
See this from my perspective, okay? You have a steady job in the production business, right?
What? Yeah, I mean, steady
exactly.
enough, you know that.
And you know what's going to happen when we get out of here and we stop shooting. You're going to go back to that job, right?
Yeah.
And you're going to go back to Riley. And you're going to go back to your house.
Yeah.
And you know where I'm going to go?
Home?
Yeah. Yeah, buddy. I'm going to go home. I'm going to go back to my crappy little apartment alone. And then the next day, I'm going to go to my crappy little day job at the call center and get yelled at all day. That's a job that I'm probably going to be laid off from soon, just so you know.
Sorry.
It's not your fault. It's not your fault. Don't apologize. Just listen to me for a second.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm doing at that job when I'm sitting at my desk between calls?
What?
I'm writing down ideas for the series. I'm trying to think of ways to make it better. Trying to think, what can we do? Where can we go? Do you know why?
Why? I'm listening.
Because it's all I have.
Their next plan to get more footage is to investigate the maintenance tunnel. Jay hops down and his camera begins to glitch heavily. When he turns around to talk to Alex, the operator is seen very clearly behind him for the first time in the series, and this part ends.
I just want to leave. I'll try anything. Let's see. It's actually more spacious in here than I thought it would be.
Well, that's something. And move in so I can hop down.
Run!
Part 4 opens with Jay hiding in the maintenance tunnel. He gets an unexplainable call on his phone from Alex, despite their phones not working. And we hear an uncanny version of Alex's voice denying that any of their plan to go down to the tunnel even happened. and asking Jay to meet him at the front of the hospital.
In the tunnel. Where did you run?
I didn't run anywhere. I'm right where we were a second ago.
You're outside the tunnel?
What tunnel?
The one we were going to go through to try to get out.
I don't know where that is. Can you meet me at the front, please?
Okay.
Can you meet me at the front, please?
Give me a second to crawl out of here, I guess. Okay, hold on.
Jay notes that his phone is now working and he attempts to call Riley on his way out of the tunnel. He thinks he spots daylight though while the phone rings, but a quick camera glitch sets everything back to darkness. Also, the phone won't pick up and Riley isn't receiving his call. As he makes his way to the front, he bumps into Alex and they are both confused, stating that one another called them and said to meet at the front. Testing their phones, it looks like they actually can't call each other and something was imitating their voices. This is a new operator trick for us and was hinted at in part 1 when they interviewed the drunk guy who said that his brother responded to him, although it wasn't actually his brother.
And I was calling my brother's name, saying, "Where are you? Where are you?" And I hear, "Here I am." Just like that, you know? Here I am.
I'm right where we were a second ago.
You're outside the tunnel?
What tunnel?
The one we were going to go through to try to get out.
And I turn around. That was so beautiful.
Either way, no phone call can be trusted in this place. The camera jumps time a bit, and we get to the moment where Alex's phone officially dies. The two start getting concerned about food and water, but are interrupted by a rhythmic, dragging noise that is navigating its way down the hallways. They hide from it, and whatever it is passes by. Once it does, Alex leaves Jay behind to try and get a look at whatever is locking them in there, only to be surprised by the operator in one hell of a coughing fit. Jay shows up to drag Alex away from the operator, and the two of them try escaping again through the woods, only to get turned around once again. Time goes by, and after 3 days, they start to realize the concerns of batteries running out on their flashlights and on the cameras, and somehow they are still alive without having food or water for that amount of time. The two spend some time reflecting on the missed opportunities of their lives, and they seem to start losing hope about ever getting out of there. The scraping noise returns, and Jay goes to shut the door again, showing that this has become a normal routine for them.
It's coming back. I'm gonna close the door. Turn off your light.
Next, we get a shot of Alex as he walks the hospital grounds and goes into the maintenance tunnel alone, where he finds the operator. Maybe, even in this new timeline, Alex and the operator have a special connection, and Alex might be losing it. Jay talks directly to the camera for the next portion, and he explains their situation.
You recording?
Yeah.
You recording?
Mm-hmm.
You recording?
So as far as we can tell, it has been 10 days since we originally got stuck here. We have no food, no water, and we're just realizing that we should probably be dead by now, but we're not. We've tried to walk out of the front here so many times, and every single one of those times we end up right back at the entrance. No one has answered any of our calls, and now both of our phones are dead. And ever since yesterday, Alex has had trouble talking for some reason, so that's why he wanted me to. Alex. 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 Can you hear me?
Not being able to talk is a new one for us, and it seems like Alex is beginning to do his own thing in this desperate state. He peels away from Jay during the update, and Jay is kept from following as the scraping noise shows up, prompting him to hide. Part 5, the final entry of Marble Hornets Rosswood, maintains continuity and shows Jay going to find Alex after he walks out of the room. He is quickly found by the operator and he starts to run. An unknown amount of time passes and Jay turns the camera on himself to begin rambling to it, clearly starting to go insane from the isolation.
Oh. Okay. Oh, that's way more light than I'm used to having. So come with me. We're going to walk back home, me and you. Not that anyone's really going to see this. I don't really know who I'm talking to. But we're going to call this Updates from Jay, number 1. So update number 1 is I don't know what time it is or what day it is because my watch stopped working and I just got rid of it. I didn't even need it anymore, which that's kind of weird because watch batteries usually last longer than that. And that one, well, you know what? Before we came out here, I think I needed to replace it, but I never did. No, I did replace it because no. Okay, well, you know what? It doesn't matter because I'm so tired of thinking about batteries. And you know what? I really need to find that. I need to go find that watch again. Because Riley gave it to me and they're going to be really mad if I don't have it when I come back. Okay, I'm going to worry about that later. Don't tell anyone. Speaking of batteries, this one right here, this is the last battery, which means that once it goes out, this light goes out, and I don't have any light anymore. So I'm gonna use what time we have left on this battery. I'm just gonna keep shooting like Alex told me to. And he told me not to use this light, and I didn't. So now I have one. He was right. Okay, so we're just gonna walk back home right now. We're gonna walk back to my house. I thought I heard something. Okay, no, we're okay. I'm going to walk back to my house, and I'm just going to keep shooting because this is, like Alex said, we need eyeballs on this. And this is probably going to give us a lot more. Okay, I'm just going to turn the camera around. And we're going to walk home. We're going to walk home very slowly, and we're going to walk home quietly.
He tells us that his phone and watch are completely dead, so he has no idea what time or day it is. And his flashlight is dead, so all he has left for light is the camera light. Completely desperate, he decides to try and just walk home, slowly and quietly. But we find that this new idea of home is just the room that he hides in. He still hasn't found Alex since he left, and he's going to be using the camera light for the last time to go and find him. Before he can go, though, that scraping noise comes back, and he hides once again to wait for it to pass.
And, wait. It's time to be quiet. When it's time to be quiet, you just close the door. Okay. You turn off the light. I'm gonna turn it off. Okay. There we go. Okay. Just gotta be quiet. It passes by pretty quickly. Okay, I'm gonna stop recording. For just a minute. I'll be right back. Okay.
Once he does, he steps outside and he trips over something, revealing it to be Alex's body. It's a little too hard to see what kind of injuries Alex has, if any, but the operator shows up before we can get a better look at what happened to him. If you actually go to Joseph's Instagram page, you can see a BTS picture of Alex's injuries, and it just looks like some form of head injury, and I'm not quite sure what actually happened to him. Jay runs into the woods, but somehow gets a call from Alex, where his voice repeats in a monotone voice saying, "Jay, where are you?" Which seems to be the operator actually looking for him.
Can you hear me?
Jay, where are you? Jay, where are you? Jay, where are you? Jay, where are you? Jay, where are you?
Jay begins to run again, this time ending up in front of the Rosswood tunnel. Though it is unclear what side of it he's on, maybe he's on the backside, where we theorize there could be some kind of connection to the Ark. He spots a light at the end of the tunnel, and he approaches it before getting teleported back to the hospital. Once he's teleported, we see the camera getting dragged along, we hear Alex screaming for Jay's location, and then we see Jay hiding before Jay wakes up in the hospital again. He gets a call from Riley, but we aren't able to hear the voice on the other side of the phone like before. It's hard to say if Jay has gone insane or if he's just falling for another trick. The voice tells him that Alex actually managed to escape, and that they have the secret to escaping too. The first step is to put the camera down. Then, the next step involves walking alone down the dark hallway. Jay listens, and we don't see him again as he walks away from the camera.
When did you get back? Oh my God. You have no idea how glad I am that... Yeah. Okay, sorry, I'm just so relieved. I'm listening. You figured it out. Yeah. Yeah, tell me, please. Okay, yeah. All right, I'll put it down. Just a second, hold on. Okay, it's down. Now I'm facing the right way. Yeah. Into the hallway. Okay. I'm coming. Don't move. I'll be there soon.
Before the series ends, something begins to drag the camera backwards, rhythmically, and with a lot of grit underneath the metal. The camera cuts again and is transported to a field in the daytime, where we get one last shot of the operator and then some more text on screen saying, "The camera was found by an unnamed individual." They were part of the crew tasked with the demolition of Rosswood Hospital. So we know the camera was returned and the hospital has been demoed. Alex Crayley and Jay Merrick are still missing, and Riley requested that the footage goes public to help with their relocation. This means that Alex never made it out of the hospital, and whoever was talking to Jay was not Riley. And that is the ending of Rosswood, a standalone series that takes pre-existing characters in a new direction with a brand new timeline. But I think it actually gave us some information that we can apply to the original Marble Hornets series. We've been doing this for a while, so let's wrap things up quickly and I'll let you all go and I'll go stretch or get drunk or something. First, Tim was always patient zero, and the operator and Ark act as a disease. In Rosswood, we see that no exposure to Tim early on led to a fulfilling, happy friendship between Jay and Alex for their whole lives with no interference from the operator. It wasn't until a brief exposure to the drunk guy the two of them began to experience symptoms of operator sickness. Second, I think that this is the Ark. In the original series, we only saw quick glimpses of dead bodies in the Ark, and the idea was expanded upon in the comics. In the comics, the Ark consists of forests, eternal pits, hallucinatory dreamscapes that tormented those inside, and it seemed to be a non-Euclidean place outside of space and time that was always dark. Now, we see two real characters get trapped in an eternally dark place that does not care about time, screws with their minds via fake phone calls, looping geography, and inexplicable noises until they fragment and they give themselves up to the darkness. Remember, Scully states in the comics that the only way to escape is to resist the pull until it lets go of you. Both Alex and Jay gave up in the end, and likely ended up feeding the Ark. Lastly, the scraping noise. I don't think that this noise pertains to the grand idea of Marble Hornets, but the reoccurring scraping we hear in Rosswood is a narrative detail that I want to share my thoughts on before I wrap up. It's one of the only things that the series doesn't give us a concrete answer to by the end, but I do have a theory as to what it is. At the end of part 5, we see Jay's camera dragging away in the same rhythmic way that the ominous scraping noise always appears. Being that the Ark exists outside of time as indicated by every single piece of Marble Hornets media ever, I think Jay and Alex are hearing their own camera getting dragged along the hallway. I'm not sure why it's so loud if it's not meant to just kind of mess with their heads and drag them towards insanity, but what they're hearing is probably the sound of their last moments before Jay is tricked into embracing the darkness and walking to his own demise. If anybody has any other theories, I would love to hear it, but there's no evidence of it being just another monster or being the operator walking around, so I'm not sure what else it could be, and the only other time we get a rhythmic scraping is from the camera dragging. So with that is Marble Hornets, a massive series that spans multiple mediums to tell a story of an amateur investigator who inadvertently becomes infected with an other-dimensional, mind-destroying being, a cult of revenge-bound vagabonds who want to starve said being, and a maniacal serial killer who accidentally feeds the monster that he wants to destroy. I love it. Where it falls with confusion, it makes up for with some really good interpersonal writing that is usually lacking in most larger ARGs. Thinking back on it now that I'm at the end, I have almost no questions left to piece together other than what happens next. I hope that we see more in the future regarding Marble Hornets, and you know that I will cover it whenever something does drop. The creator of Marble Hornets, Troy Wagner, does have a couple other projects that I know are loosely connected, such as Clear Lakes 44, which I think later became another series called ECVA, and I might explore those later in the future as well if people enjoy hearing about Marble Hornets. But for now, this is the very first video of this type that I've ever made, and I really did have fun making it. So if you liked watching it and you stuck around until the end, props to you, you're a trooper. Please feel free to like and subscribe, and also let me know in the comments if there are any other series, conspiracies, stories, or legends that you'd like me to cover, go through and watch, and I will. But for now, my throat hurts a ton and my ass hurts from sitting in this chair all day, so I think I'm gonna go outside and touch grass. But everything's good, okay? I'm okay. Everything's okay. Everything's fine. I worry about nothing, but nothing's on my mind. So thank you again for watching, everybody, and I will see you in the next one.
Holy sh**! It's the Slender Man! And he's cooking hot dogs on the stove! Hey, you hungry home invader! Stop raiding our refrigerator! Yikes! He just whacked me with a warm wiener! Twice! Wait! You ain't got no lips! How the hell can you eat potato chips? Whoa! Knock it off, you skinny son of a bitch! Quit stealing our food and go buy a friggin' sandwich! You phony bastard! Look at this place! It's a disaster!